hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2.
Test, test, 1, 2, 3, testing. Test, 1, 2, 3, testing. Test, good? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, I'd like to call to order the special presentation ceremony. It's approximately 5:57 p.m. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have a presentation today. I'd like to invite up the South Florida National Parks Camera Club. They are going to be the artists in the spotlight for the months of July and August here in the community center. So as you guys walked in here, as you walk out, and you look up and down the hallways, those are the beautiful photographs of the South Florida National Parks Camera Club. So I'd like to turn over the microphone over to them to talk a little bit about the club and a little bit about their artwork and what inspires them. Mr. Robert Chaplin, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. How's everybody doing tonight? This all started 2 years ago, approximately. Larry Deal with the Homestead Center for the Arts came to me and said, you know, South Florida needs a camera club. And I didn't know what I was doing, so I got some people involved to help me get this thing formed. And we had a couple of sample meetings and couldn't believe the amount of attention that we had got from it and the people that really wanted to have a camera club. So I put together our directors, and Vice Mayor Shelley's a director, Dale with the South Aid News Leader is a director, Bob Richardson is a director, and we have one more, Jim Sutton, and they all helped me get this thing put together and bring it to fruition. So I really appreciate what the directors did. That's only a piece of it. With directors, we can have an idea and a concept and a thought, but we needed people to come in and get the job done. And we were very fortunate to have folks step up for our officers. We have our president, Jason Eldridge, our treasurer, Freddie Skelt, and we're missing our vice president. She works up at FIU and couldn't make it down in time, Jennifer Dominguez. And under the leadership of President Eldridge, Vice President Jennifer Dominguez, and Treasurer Freddie Skelt, the club's mission is to help its members improve their photographic skills and give members the opportunity to share what they know. And through the use of photography, we support the national parks and local not-for-profits like the Youth Fishing Foundation. We'll go out and take pictures for the folks, and we'll put them, donate it to them to use for their whatever they need it for. The other thing, keep an eye out in the South Aid News Leader, because a lot of these photographers give work to the News Leader, and you'll find their work in there also. Membership. We have members. We have one member in Maine, and we have members that come down from Fort Lauderdale through Miami, Homestead, Fort Lauderdale, and then the Upper Keys and Key Largo. So we've got a great cross-section of members, and we meet right now. We meet at different locations, but our primary location is at the Villages Clubhouse, at the Audubon Clubhouse at the Villages, and we usually meet the first Thursday of the month. In August, it's going to be August 13th because we have a special presentation, and everybody's welcome to come out and see what we're about. Let's see, this is the first exhibit that the members had put together. We were born, it took 2 years to get it going, but we weren't actually incorporated and born until September last year. And this is our first exhibit. And we do appreciate the city of Homestead, and we appreciate the opportunity to come in and display our work in the Artist in the Spotlight program. And I think that's all I got. Treasurer, President, Director, nothing? Dale, Director, you got anything to say? You guys are the best. Awesome. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we only had one presentation tonight, so we'll close the presentation ceremony. Give us about 3 or 4 minutes, and we'll go right into the council meeting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to call the Wednesday, July 15, 2015 council meeting to order. It's approximately 6:02 p.m. This evening, we'll have the invocation by Pastor Larry Hobbs, pastor of Victory Baptist Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance with Miss Patricia Faircloth and the Police Explorers. Could you please stand?
I have a church filled with children tonight for Vacation Bible School, and so I'm not going to stay for the whole meeting, so don't think I'm rude, but in about 5 minutes, I'm going to have a pirate hat on and a sword, and maybe in front of a bunch of kids, but I didn't want to miss this opportunity. So let's ask the Lord's blessing on this meeting tonight, shall we? Father in heaven, we sure do love you, and we thank you for your many wonderful blessings. Dear Father, we thank you for this meeting tonight, these group of people who, Father, I believe with all my heart care about our community. And I pray, dear Father, that you'll help us all to be on the same page as we try and have a community that works. And Father, a community that has morals. And Father, we just thank you for that. Thank you for the ability to come here and pray at this meeting. And Father, I thank you for that. I pray tonight that everything will be civil and this decorum. And Father, we just ask you, dear Lord, that your will be done. Bless these people. Give them wisdom as they help guide the direction of our great city. Well, thank you for all that you're going to do this evening. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Right, ladies. Please stand up.
Please join me in honoring America and pledging our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Face. Forward, march.
Thank you. Be seated, please. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Faircloth,
Here.
Councilman Burgess.
Here.
Vice Mayor Shelley,
Here.
Mayor Porter.
Here. Item 3 is public comments. If you have any comments, come forward at this time, and respectfully ask that you keep those down to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Linda Bell, 343 Northwest 19th Street, Homestead. I wanted just to come back and say thank you for last month's meeting. I know it was very difficult and very challenging, but I wanted to thank you for the stand that you took, and I especially wanted to thank Councilwoman Faircloth McCormick, Councilman Williams, Burgess, and Maldonado for their courageous stand and their comments. I thought they were very, very, very smart, and I really appreciate it. I just had just basically a very minor correction on the minutes, and I'd like to put that in the record. Under Mayor Porter opened the public meeting, under my paragraph, Linda Bell, it said she inquired if City Attorney Weiss had consulted with the State Ethics Commission. No, I asked if Mr. Weiss consulted with the Miami-Dade County Ethics Commission because he had already stated on the record that he had consulted with the state, and he answered in the affirmative. And then one other very minor correction on the very first sentence, talking about the election date, but they did provide the next available date. I didn't say the word next, I said the word first. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Thank you very much again. I really appreciate what all of you do. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. Edward Powell, 745 Southeast 18th Lane, Northgate, Homestead. couple of things I like to do. Seems like my emails that I send to the city often either get lost or abandoned or not answered. Therefore, I thought maybe I'd ask some of the questions here that I don't get answers to normally with emails. One of which, we have a bill from the city, the utilities, called our electric bill. It's Homestead Public Services. And about 7, 8 years ago, after a number of storms, they initiated a thing called hurricane fee. $1 or $2, not a big deal. Can't buy a cup of coffee anymore. But it's been there 6, 7, 8 years. And once a month times 30,000 people times 12 times 6 or 7 years is a lot of money. So I have asked in the past, how much, where is it kept, and where can we see it on the city financial statement? And I was going to ask Mr. Maldonado that question because I had sent him email on it previously. He is not here. Mr. Gretzes, maybe you can help me with how much that is, how long we're going to have it, and where is it on our financials?
I don't have the amount, but Mr. Powell, I can give you my card, and I can certainly answer that information for you. But
Well,
there is an amount, and it's basically in the solid waste reserve fund balance, but I can certainly provide you that information.
That was the answer 6 years ago. So hopefully this time it won't be, we'll get an answer to that, okay? Next item, if you drive along Canal, you'll notice that a new sidewalk's been put in. It's north of the villages. I think it was needed. My question is, that's a county road. Who is paying for the sidewalk at the villages? Can I ask? Is the city paying for that, or is the county paying for that sidewalk you put in?
That sidewalk is being paid by the city. Actually, it's going to become part of when that roadway gets widened. That will be part of the widening process of that roadway. But their funds, basically, it's road impact fees that are given to the city to use in county roads, and that's what we're doing. So with that money.
Was that part of an agreement between the city and the county that we supply that sidewalk?
That is, it's under normal operations of those roadways, we as a city could put in sidewalks if they're deemed necessary for safety.
Okay, I'll tell you where we really need a sidewalk. If you drive down Maury, eastbound every day till you hit Farm Life Road in Maury at 4 o'clock, at 6 o'clock, particularly school season, is a disaster. The children coming from school from Gateway come up Farm Life Road, they hit that intersection on Maury, they make it across the street, thank God, no fatalities yet. And what they do is they walk between the guardrail and the road, which is about 12 inches wide. And if you drive along that road, you'll see a beaten path. What you should do is put a sidewalk on Maury, east and westbound, and it would also be part of the bike path. The bike path ends at the canal, and there's nothing there. So if you're going to put a sidewalk in, you ought to put it where it's needed, and where it's needed is right there on Maury.
We'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at that.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have right at the moment.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and staff. I'm Red McAllister, with President of the Homestead Center for the Arts. I just wanted to bring you up to date on what we're all about. We've been meeting a couple of times with the Biscayne Park staff and trying to coordinate some things for their centennial celebration in 2016. And we will continue with our program this year with the 4 or 5 Muse series. It's free entertainment in different locations throughout the city, and also our lunchtime lecture series. We appreciate the opportunity, once you get your administrator for the Seminole Theater on board, contract signed and everything, we'll be meeting with him to assist in anything we can do to keep the arts going in Homestead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, I got a little ahead of myself. I did want to announce the Military Affairs Committee, part of the chamber, has what is called a meet and greet. It's held out at Air Reserve Base. It's been going on 3 to 4 years, and we socialize with the business community and the base. Well, we've been having particular functions and greetings. Last week, 2 weeks ago, the Fraternal Order of Police sponsored our meet and greet, and Chief Roll, and your sponsorship of that last meet and greet, we appreciate it, and really was a nice affair. The month before that, we did a tribute to World War II vets. 40 of them still alive. We had 44. Before we were done, 2 of them didn't make it. If you looked at your South Day newsletter, probably 2-3 weeks ago, there was a 2-page spread that showed that event, and what came out of that, you couldn't believe the tears, the joy, and the tribute to those vets. Now, taking that another step, August 7th is our next meet and greet. That's going to be Korean War vets. A little newer in history, a few more people alive, 60s, 70s. So what we're doing is going out and asking for Korean War vets. And if you would write down MAC, M-A-C, Homestead, or at AOL.com, that's my wife's website. She does all the PR for the MAC. If you email her, she'll send you to a link that has the information in an application. 1 Korean vet and 2 guests are allowed. And we're planning on 60 because we're going to run out of capacity. Another thing is, if you'll notice on my chest, it happens to say Toastmasters. Well, I don't know if many of you are Toastmasters. I do want to say that Councilwoman Faircloth has been a member of the Toastmasters previously, and she is reconsidering it. And I hope that she does have time that she can rejoin us. We meet at the Community Bank Building on Tuesday mornings. We have a lot of fun. It's a great experience, and we'll welcome you all. HomesteadToastmasters.com is the website. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen McDuffie, 139 Southeast 36th Avenue. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for having a public comment section. I wanted to thank my Councilwoman Patricia Faircloth for pushing forward for the Lennar Clubhouse over in the Vineyards community. They finally broke ground by clearing the land, and we're fastly growing in that section of town. Just wanted to thank you again, Councilwoman, for your continued efforts and your continued leadership dealing with this issue. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you. Seeing none, anything else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Brandy Ramirez, 29355 South Federal Highway. I just wanted to say thanks on behalf of Homestead Housing Authority to the mayor, also to Councilwoman Patricia Faircloth and Councilman Elvis Maldonado and the rest of the council, and also to the city manager, Mr. Redis. On June 20th, we had a first annual Father's Day event where 300 families from Homestead community came out and were able to get free food. A lot of service providers were there to give their information on the services. And we just wanted to give thanks to all the council and the mayor for your support there. And my boss will be attending the August meeting to also present some awards to you guys to say thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll close the comment section at this time. Anything else? Yes, sir.
Hello, I just want to give a brief introduction. My name is Corey Allen, Commissioner of the Homestead Knights Football and Cheerleading Program. I pretty much just wanted to introduce our program and pretty much let you guys know that we are here in the Homestead area, and we are a nonprofit organization, 501c3 certified, and just pretty much give a brief introduction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, close the public comments at this time. Thank you, everyone. Tab 1 is a consent agenda. Now, we need to do this with modifications that Ms. Bell requested.
We could just do them just the way it is on the agenda, just one motion.
Okay. Is there a motion? Tab 1, consent agenda? Minutes and, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Public hearings?
Yes, please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization, and further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-591, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications they've had concerning any of the following agenda items. Hearing none at this time, I'll ask the clerk to swear in anyone who wishes to testify.
Please stand and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name, hereby swear or affirm that the information I present shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Tab 11 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the previously approved Crystal Lakes Plan Unit Development PUD Master Development Plan to permit all retail commercial zoning district B1 permitted uses on an approximately 1.069 acre parcel located within the Crystal Lakes PUD at the intersection of Southwest 312th Street, Campbell Drive, and Southwest 147th Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Staff report, Joe?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We recommend that you approve the amendment to the PUD. Back in 2004, this had come in. A PUD consists of about 60 acres at Crystal Lakes, half residential, half commercial. This specific out parcel was given a very specific use as a bank. The applicant came in and wanted to use something other than a bank. And to use something other than a bank, we needed to modify the PUD so that we could list the uses that would be allowed. The applicant wanted to use B1 uses. We feel that a bank and this type of out parcel in a center like this is very consistent with the B1 uses. So we are recommending approval of B1 where it says bank in this PUD.
Questions from council?
Just have one, Mayor.
Mr. Maldonado?
What is now the Dairy Queen there now? What's zoning on that?
Well, it's in the PUD. I would have to check exactly what it's commercial as a land use. I'd have to check exactly what the zoning.
I kind of wanted to see what I saw that plan. It goes way back, and there's many homes that were apparently that were going to be there, and there's no homes that are going to be there today. And so, I just wanted to see what the idea was of why we're not doing a B1 as opposed to a B2.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Those things are listed as commercial or retail. And the one we're talking about was listed as bank, very specific. The others are very broad. This one was very specific. So the rest of the PUD on the various parcels is listed several acres as commercial or retail, retail office, those types of things.
Okay.
So they're not residential. They are commercial office uses.
Okay. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor. To Mr. Coordinator, this is basically just, it's still going to be restricted in the B1 category.
Yes,
It's
sir.
just that instead of being only to build a bank there, they're going to be allowed to bring in some kind of other business or or a building that
Yes, sir.
would
Any of
fit
the
into that
uses-
category.
Any of the uses in B1.
So it's just broadening it instead of being specific.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
at
you,
this
Mayor.
time, I'll open up the public hearing. Mr. Losner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the record, Stephen Losner on behalf of the applicant, First National Bank of South Florida, and I am registered as a lobbyist with this matter. I thank staff for their help and guidance through this process and ask that you adopt their recommendation of approval. If there are any further questions, we'd be happy to try to address them for you.
Yeah, this is a public hearing. If anyone would like to speak for or against this application, you're more than welcome to come at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any final comments from council? Is there a motion? Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess. Councilman Maldonado.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wallman. Vice Mayor Shelley.
Yes.
Mayor Porter.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Losner.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Tab 12.
Yes, tab 12 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the vacation of a public right-of-way alley generally located south of Southwest 2nd Street, north of Southwest 4th Street, east of Southwest 5th Avenue, and west of Southwest 4th Avenue, reserving to the city all rights over any needed public utility easement as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Report from staff.
Yes, sir. We recommend you approve the vacation of this right-of-way. We were directed to undertake this in April of this year. We have an area where there is a city-located right-of-way in between two properties. We researched it and found out that we could vacate that right-of-way. There was nothing to get in our way. We work with utilities and public works. The only issue that we have is we want to maintain it as a utilities easement so that so if there is anything that goes wrong out there, the utility companies can come in and fix the problem and then get out. So there should be no hindrances with doing this, nothing that would get in our way. We're recommending approval.
So you can vacate it, but you still have to retain access to the properties behind.
Yes, sir. It'll be an easement, not a right-of-way. So we'll give the property back to the two adjacent property owners. The property line will come to the middle of what is now a right-of-way, and we'll just need to have access to that right-of-way so that it's kind of like your front yard where you have the swale or some backyards that we've seen recently that have utilities in them. It's a normal condition. That's where the utilities need to go. They just need to get back there and fix them if they break.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just Claire, I think I remember this conversation when we had it, and I thought at the time there was property owners that were looking to actually shut off access, build up fencing, something there to prevent ingress and egress on that particular parcel. So you're saying that that is okay or not okay, or they're having to provide, so I just want to make sure I understand.
They can build a fence. They just, if the
As long as
utilities
there's a
break,
gate.
somebody needs to get back there and fix it. So they got to get back behind the fence, go in there and dig or whatever they need to do. So
And what will the process be? You guys will work with those particular property owners as far as making sure there still is access for our bucket trucks or whatever the case might be? in the
yeah, we'll
event
have
of-
to approve any fence permits that happen back there. We'll make sure that there is access, available access when they come in for those building approvals.
Okay, because that was my biggest concern about the vacation of the right of way, was just making sure that our employees could still access, the infrastructure if we had to, so that, they go down, something to that effect, and there's no way to access it because there's no ingress and egress. So as
Yeah,
long as
well-
you guys are comfortable with it, I'm okay with it, but that's just want to make sure it's on the record.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Burgess?
Thank you. I would just like to make the suggestion that we reach out to those people that back up to that property and send them some kind of notice to let them know that they do have to come in for a permit, first of all, because people will build a fence around town without building a permit, and let them know that there are restrictions when they do it, so that when they're planning one, they know that. So I would make sure that we want to get ahead of the curve there and reach out to these folks and let them know what their rights are and what they're allowed to do back there before they come in. And then we have them standing here at the podium saying that they've spent money on a fence and they can't afford to go back and redo it. So let's kind of reach out and be ahead of the game here with them instead of behind it.
Will do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Wallman?
I've been here the whole time, so I just
Sorry,
didn't know whether you.
I didn't know you were there.
I just wanted to clarify on what Mr. Burgess just said. Wasn't staff going to do that? Contact the owners around that fence? Wasn't that part of our discussion before, or?
I don't recall. Joe, was
No, we haven't. I don't believe we've contacted anybody out there yet. We've looked at this and figured out we could vacate the right of way, and we
Okay.
can.
But there was nobody, were the people noticed?
We did notice them through,
Okay.
for this hearing, yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you very
And then
much.
calling.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll open up the public hearing at this time. If you want to speak for or against this, obviously you can come forward now. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Any final comments or questions from council? Is there a motion? Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado,
Yes.
Councilman Burgess, Councilwoman Faircloth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Waldman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley,
Yes.
Mayor Porter.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 13.
This tab 13 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to a previously approved special exception requested by Joe's Junkyard, Inc. to permit the storage and handling of incidental petroleum liquid products in conjunction with the recycling and transfer facility located at 151 Southwest 12th Avenue as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Staff report, Joe.
Yes, sir. We recommend you approve the amendment to the special exception. What happened here was in our special exception language, we put the caveat that they have no hazardous materials on site. As part of Joe's Junkyard business, they take in automobiles and things of that nature. And as an ancillary issue, what they do, they drain the fluids out of those pieces of equipment. So they need to have these tanks to be able to do that. They went to Durham to get a permit. They found out that Durham said, we can't permit you because we have this provision in the city, a special exception that says no hazardous materials. So to get them the ability to do that, we have to change this so they can, we have no problem with it. We think it's a very important part of what they do. The issue is that we don't want them trading in petroleum products, meaning collecting those oils from other places, bringing them to their facility and then selling them. They're recycling engines and they're doing this as an ancillary part of their business. We're comfortable that the size of these tanks are appropriate. Durham is comfortable with the whole thing. And so we're recommending approval.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burgess?
So Durham has given not their full blessing because we have to give it first, but they are okay with it?
Yeah, they're
as far
fine.
as the discussions and letters that you've seen?
Yes, sir.
Is the applicant here or anybody representing them?
Let me go ahead and open up the public hearing at this time.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Mr. Burgess has the floor, and then Mr. Maldonado.
Thank you. My question is, how often do you think these will be full and pumped out? Is that a weekly process, a monthly process, or how often does something like this get taken care of?
They've been requested by the county to have them pumped out every 90 days.
90
So
days.
it'll be every month or every 2 months.
Okay. And Joe, are we going to have, do they have to have these obviously behind their walls, but do they have to have anything else around them as far as for safety or?
They have and Durham's permitted all this, or is permitting all this stuff. So they have a concrete, I believe, barrier that's more than the capacity of the size of the tank. So in case the tank breaks, it floods into this concrete retaining barrier and it keeps all the stuff on site.
What do they do underneath them to keep the seepage out of the ground? That has to be built in?
Yeah, that's built into the retaining barrier that goes around the tanks.
Okay.
And Durham will make sure that all that stuff is to their standards so that we don't have any environmental issues.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Maldonado?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Cordino, I guess my concern when I read this was, is every other junkyard or any other, since it's in the industrial area, can anyone else open and get these wells put in now? And my concern is that it was going to be a business, part of the recycling center. So I'm here ancillary.
Correct. It's ancillary. So as recycling the engines mean they get engines and gosh only knows what's in them, but they take out whatever fluids are in them and they need to put that fluid somewhere. So they, instead of just a regular old 55-gallon drum, we have these, Durham wants them to put them in these special retaining equipment so that it's safe. And so that's what these guys need to do. Again, they're not trading in petroleum or whatever fluids are in the engines. They're just draining them out so that they don't leak on the ground.
So any other recycling center in the area, will they be able to do this as well, or just them?
No, typically when we approve a recycling center, the special exception says no hazardous materials. The other recycling centers aren't dealing in engines, so they don't have this requirement. This is the only one. I'm assuming that we would, in each special exception for these recycling centers, we would look at this, and if they need it and there were recycling engines, we would make that as part of the special exception and make that part of the approval.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wallman?
Yes, Mayor. Joe Cordino answered a couple of my questions. As a former salvage yard owner, I prefer to call it a salvage yard than a junkyard. I can tell you that this is a really good thing. And Durham, even back when I owned a salvage yard, I mean, Durham is very proactive, and they're there and they're watching. But, you know, I'm still a little confused because I know that across Homestead and the industrial part there, that there are many salvage yards. And do we do routine inspections besides Durham? I know Durham does inspections, but do you have anybody in the city that's actually doing inspections?
I don't believe we inspect these facilities for that piece of equipment. I don't believe we've also ever approved one in the salvage yards or recycling facilities that we've had. This is the first that we've approved in recent years. This is the first one that we've come across with this condition.
Well, it's a good thing. So, Mayor, I just wanted to say that it's a good thing. And what goes on behind those walls, you know, it's quite amazing sometimes. So it's very important that we protect the environment and the oil and everything that's dripping, and especially the petroleum. You know, there's just a need for this kind of thing, and I applaud Durham for being proactive with it. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree. I think it's a good thing because they do have a lot of engines coming in over there. So this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing, and I did open up the public hearing. Anything else, sir? Anyone would like to speak for or against this? You're welcome to come at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions, comments from council? Is there a motion?
Move it.
Moved and seconded. Final comments, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Councilwoman Faircloth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wallman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Tab 14.
Yes, tab 14 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting final replat approval of a 140-unit single-family residential subdivision for Baywind's Plan Unit Development Residential Pod C within Baywind's PUD Master Development Plan, located on the northwest corner of Southwest 328th Street and Southwest 142nd Avenue as legally described in Exhibit A, consisting of approximately 23.87 acres and providing for an effective date.
Joe, any comments?
We recommend approval.
Questions from council? Mr. Burgess?
Joe, explain to me exactly what these 11 lots, what they're doing with them, that they had to come back to us.
Well,
I read this, and I'm not.
It's confusing. The survey, the initial survey was incorrect. And so we went and approved the site plan and the platting and all that type of stuff. So to put it as simply as I can, when they went out to lay the property lines, the surveyors went out to do it, they found they had extra space. And so the result, it affected, I think, 11 lots. And so it turned out that we made there to fit the lots in on the plat, on the actual ground, we have 10 lots that got bigger and one that got marginally smaller. But they're all above the code requirements of 4,000 square feet in the first place. So the way I look at it is essentially a Scrivener's error on behalf of the original surveyor when it came in. It's no material effect to the development, but we needed to bring it back to you because we can't change T-plats or final plats without your approval.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Mr. Orza?
Good evening, everybody. Hugo Arza, offices at 701 Brickell Avenue. I'm joined today by Javier Dominguez of Lennar Homes and my colleague Alex Arias. I won't venture a different explanation than Mr. Corradino's because that's as straightforward as it is. It's just a Scrivener's error. Your code requires us to come back and ask for approval. We're happy to always come down and see all of you and hope we can get your approval. Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone would like to speak, you're welcome to come at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions, comments from council? Is there a motion?
Move it.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough,
Yes.
Councilwoman Woolman,
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado,
Yes.
Councilman Burgess.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley,
Yes.
Mayor Porter.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 15.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hugo.
Mayor and council, staff recommends the mayor and council authorize city manager to award bid 2015-12 Southwest 328th Street Pump Station to the lowest responsible bidder, the Redland Company, Inc., in the amount of $298,800.
Any questions from council? This is a public hearing. You're welcome to speak at this time. I'll open up the public hearing, tab 15. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, tab 15. Is there a motion on tab 15? Moved and seconded. Final comments, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess.
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado.
Yes.
Councilwoman Woolman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley,
Yes.
Mayor Porter.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 16.
Mayor and council, staff recommends that the mayor and council authorize the city manager to enter into a 10-year power supply, which is also known as purchase power agreement, with FPL for intermediate and peaking power. If council would prefer a shorter term contract, FPL is willing to agree to a 5-year term for the same rate instead. The FPL contract estimated fiscal year 14 and 15 costs are $963,602, and the estimated fiscal year 15-16 costs are $4,402,179. Funding will be budgeted and approved during each annual budgeting cycle. As I'm sure you recall, on June 17th, 2015, staff was given direction to negotiate with the top 3 ranked respondents to the city's request for power supply options. The contract with FPL represents the first of 3 contracts. The FPL contract is for intermediate and peaking power, which represents approximately 25% of the total power needs for the city. At a standard capacity factor, we estimated that the 2015 FPL pricing per megawatt hour is $42.30. We look at a comparison with the current contract that we have with Duke Energy, where that same megawatt hour costs $78.11. So you can see it's a very good price that FPL is giving us. Once the negotiations and contract approvals are completed with the other 2 respondents, staff will bring back to council an analysis of the overall cost savings.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that we've discussed this item a couple times, but I think I'll preface it by saying that I know that more than a year and a half ago, so we had the discussion about what can we do to look at making our power plant more efficient, and therefore maybe decrease the cost of our power to our residents and to our purchasers. And so I think this is a great first step. You know, that's based on our conversations that we had. You know, these power purchase agreements allow us to save money, which in turn, hopefully we can then pass on to our customers and our residents so that they're paying cheaper rates. The only concern I have, though, is I know that one of the things I wanted to see personally was, a study. I know that a study has been done, or at least has been initiated, as far as looking at the different options that we have to increase that efficiency. Is it through these purchase power agreements? Is it through a revamp of our actual power plant, or something in between, or some combination thereof? And so my only concern is that you guys are proposing a 10-year, which is fairly long-term commitment, and I still haven't seen the study. I still haven't had a chance to look at it. I haven't had a chance to discuss it with staff to determine what is our best course of action. Is it these purchase power agreements, or is it some sort of revamp or additional purchase of generation or something to that effect? So, that's the only concern that I have, is that, and I know this is an emergency situation. I know we've had the conversation where we have to make some moves here quickly if we're going to have power for the summer, because we are going to exceed what we have on hand or what we have transmission for. And so I understand all of that, but my concern again is the length of time, this 10 years versus say 5, because I don't want to get handcuffed and then find out after we do the study that maybe we should have invested some of those monies into power generation of our own. And so that's the concern that I have. So I guess if you can maybe address where that study is first and foremost, and I have one follow-up question.
Yes, we did have the study completed, and our staff is working on putting the information into a format that's logical and understandable for council and our constituents as well. It's in a little bit of technical engineering talk language as it was presented to us. And I would like to say that our needs into the future are going to be significant. And there will be most likely a need for a variety of different types of power options in the future. So that is something that we want to first discuss with the city manager and get his thoughts on what is the best thing to take to council. But the FPL contract, 5 year, if we would go with the 10 years, which is what myself and my staff recommend, in 5 years from now, we're going to have a need for an additional 40 megawatts of power at a minimum. And the FPL contract, that's with the FPL contract in place. We will still need that much additional power on top of what we currently have. So there is plenty of room for a variety of options to be reviewed and for council to discuss them.
Okay. Yeah, and again, I understand that. It's just my concern is making a decision up here without all the information in front of me. And so I'm just uncomfortable with that, committing to that, even though I know what you're saying, but I still would like to see that study. I would like to actually see that analysis and have that discussion versus just saying, take the 10 years or so. So that's my concern with the 10 years versus the 5. Also because, I know that the cost of power may fluctuate. So it may be higher, in which case that's where the 10 years comes into play. It's more advantageous. Or it could be lower, in which case it'd be great if we then didn't have a 10-year commitment because we could then do something less. So I guess my other question is, I know I spoke with Rick about this, and that was, is there a way to do an option contract where we do 5 years with an option to extend it for an additional 5, and that way we get the best of both worlds, where essentially we can lock in that rate for a long period of time, but we have our out if after we get our study, after we do our analysis, we determine that there's something else we want to do. Have we gotten any answers from them on that?
Yeah, yes, we have. I'll speak, but we do have the representative here from FPL if you would prefer to hear from him.
Either way, just whoever can answer the question on whether that's an option, because that would be more ideal for me, because then we can still have the 10-year agreement, but we have that 5-year option where we have the option to make other decisions after we have more information.
Mr. Manager, did you want to say something, Mr. Manager?
Well, I wanted to address the first part of it, which is the study. I know Barbara mentioned that it's technical in nature, but the other big issue for us was the initial draft that came in was a comparison, because what we asked for is buying these machines, which cost about $1 million per megawatt. So if you need 2 or 3 machines, you're talking about the potential of $30 to $40 million. And so before we come to you and say, please, may we have $30 to $40 million, what we wanted to do is have the consultant tell us, okay, what's the difference in cost between producing our own versus purchasing? And the initial analysis that came forward was an analysis of buying the machines and producing our own versus the prices that we have with these old contracts that are extremely expensive and are not based on current market rates. So what kind of has delayed the finality of that study was I asked them to go back and do an RFP to see what the market bears currently, and what we suspected turned out to be very true, and which is that the difference in price is dramatic between what we've been locked into versus what we currently can get. And then the last piece to that is, now that we have these new numbers, take these new numbers and plug them into, if we bought the machines, now let's compare the current prices versus the new machines. And so we don't really have any objection to 5 years versus 10. The reason we wanted to offer the 10 years was because the rates are so good that it's sort of like it's hard to imagine them being any lower than they are now. So the idea was, we're going to need so much more power anyway. Let's lock them in and then deal with the excess amount with when the study is completed. And then the answer we got in terms of if we do 5 years with a 5-year option, it's just that the prices for the next 5 years, for the option aren't guaranteed for this rate. So it's really, it's basically a gamble either way. You can lock in these rates and risk potentially 5 years from now finding out that maybe you can get something cheaper. Sort of like what we have currently now is we have these long-term contracts that are extremely expensive and we can't get out of them. Somebody took that gamble way back when and said, let's do it that way. And it turns out now, after the fact, years, it may have been a good decision back then, but now it doesn't look as smart. Or on the other hand, you can go ahead and just do the 5 years. And then when you're up for renewal, you find that the rates that you could have gotten were, a lot cheaper than what you're going to be offered in the future. It's very much like a 5-year mortgage or a variable mortgage versus locking it in for 30 years. And so my student loans are 9% and I've been paying them off, and people now are getting them for 3 and 4%. So at the time, 9% seemed pretty reasonable. And today it looks pretty crazy. So it's really your choice and it's a judgment cost. Barbara, anything I missed in terms of the 5-year option?
No, I believe you covered it. And the fact is that FPL said they would give us an option to renew, but not at the current rate. It would be whatever the rate looks like at that time. And George
And the only other piece to this puzzle, which we haven't discussed, is we have 2 other entities that we were given the authority to go negotiate for other tiers of power. We're not concluded with those either, and that's the reason why we can't give you an exact number of what kind of, how much the rates will be reduced, but we're fairly comfortable right now today to say that as a consequence of just this particular contract, that we'll be coming to you with a rate reduction. How big it'll be, it may be a tiny one, but at least a little reduction is better than no reduction, and in fact, maybe a little better than an increase. However, it's your judgment in terms of short-term or long-term here.
Right. And I understand everything as far as the balance and the risk and everything. I think my biggest thing is just the fact that I've asked for the study. I know we've asked for the study as a council, and I still haven't seen anything. So it's been a while, and I'd like to see personally firsthand, so that when I get these questions, 'cause I do get questions a lot by my constituents about what's going on with the power, and my answer always is, well, they're in the process of doing a study, and at some point they get tired of hearing they're in the process of doing a study. And so my biggest concern is making that decision kind of in a rushed manner, even though I understand that chances are we probably will need this power at that time, but at the same time, I haven't seen anything with my own eyes. And so that's where my concern is more so about wanting to see that before I have to make such a big decision. Because at the end of the day, I mean, you're talking, $5 million commitments, and that's without actually buying any power. That's just the right to have the power, so to speak. So those are my concerns when you make those commitments of monies. What is the best use? And again, it may just be this way. So that's my concern, not so much the actual gamble as much as it is, I want to see the numbers in the study so that I can then make this analysis and this decision on my own as well. So
Yeah, we just didn't feel that it was good information to bring you a study that was based on your old contracts locked in. So that was.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I prefer you guys to bring us good information than bad information, because I don't want to have to relook at the study twice, 3 times. So I agree with the way that you've done that. It's just making the decision tonight. That's where my thought process is. Thank you.
And on the heels of the Vice Mayor's comment, on paper, 10 years, this is roughly a $44 million contract, right? That's what we're talking about, $44 to $50 million contract. So there's a lot of money at stake here. And I go back to exactly what you guys have said. How long were we in the Duke Energy contract at 7811? How many years was that?
I believe the Duke contract is, it terminates in 2019. It started before I came with the city, but it's a 10 or 12-year contract.
Right. I know from a historical viewpoint that a lot of these contracts that we were paying exorbitant amounts for were because we committed, even back during the fuel crisis, when everybody was scampering around trying to gobble up whatever they could. And those long-term commitments have hurt us long-term. And that's my fear, and I think, kind of what the vice mayor is saying. We're sitting here, we're talking about committing to $45 to $50 million. It's a lot of money, and we're probably one of, 5 cities in the state of Florida that have a permitted facility to generate power from. If there's a shortage in the grid in the state of Florida, does that make us more valuable or does that make us less valuable? Do we get into a situation where we make long-term commitments? Does it eliminate our ability to invest? So there's a lot of things on the table here that is very, very confusing, and it's huge, huge numbers. And I think you've got my opinion is, as one person, committing to something for 5 years and leaving all the other doors open. Because some of the other contracts that we're talking about, they don't even generate yet. They're a pie in the sky, even less than we are. We are real with our own generation plant. The question of Miami-Dade County, they're trying to build one. So there's just a lot of confusion with this issue, and I know you've got to have some power. That's why my gut tells me if we went for a shorter term, lock something down shorter, it doesn't box us in. Intermediate, what is it intermediate and peaking? What is the difference? What are they both?
There are 3 types of power. You have base power, which you run pretty much all the time to meet the base needs of the community. Then intermediate power is needed when that when the electrical demand starts to go up. Peak power is what's needed just for a brief period of time when you are at your peak electrical demand. And different resources are used to generate peak power versus intermediate versus base.
And we peak power, we sell our power at peak rates when we generate, correct or not? If we have available power to sell, we sell at peak rate, right or no?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
We generate power.
Yes.
Do we sell any power outside the city or do we use it all here now? Because we used to sell.
Currently, we use everything we generate. We haven't sold in a few years.
Okay, because the units are down. We have less units running.
We have not had the capability to sell.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Anyone like to
Mayor?
speak? Yes, ma'am. Oh, Ms. Wallman? Go ahead.
Yes, please. I just wanted to reiterate what the mayor just said and Vice Mayor. I remember that Duke contract, and I find it very sad that we aren't selling any power because, that's where we really built our funds up, when we were able to generate that power and sell it. I think there needs to be a huge study done on the power plant. We need to really analyze it, see what we've got, see what we need to do, see what the future holds. But I just wanted to put it on the record that I wouldn't feel comfortable doing a 10-year lock-in right now. I mean, even 5 years is a little long without a study that I too would like to have seen. But I just know, and Mayor, that you were there with me when we used to sell that power. We had a lot of revenue to our city coffers. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Mr. Penicky?
Yes, my name is Jerry Penicky. I live at 480 Southeast 23rd Lane here in Homestead. And what I'd like to tell the council is I would like to try to help you work your way through this. I've been in the power generation industry for over 35 years. I'm not a power purchase guy. I don't know that, but I've had to deal with contracts with that. And if you listen, I'm sorry, miss, I can't remember your name, I apologize. But there are different levels of power, and those costs are variable costs. And then when you throw in reactive power, It's really hard to figure out. So you have to understand what the range is going to be. You can't say, this is what you're going to pay, and it's going to be one number. Because I guarantee you that, somebody's going to go down, and it's going to cost more money. If Turkey Point, one of those big behemoths over there, go down, they're going to have to purchase power, and it's going to cost you more power depending upon how your contract is structured. And that's what you have to know. What is it that's going to get you when something changes, when it's not normal? I'd like to help you with that. I work for free. I don't have a horse in this race other than I'm a citizen of Homestead. And I'm not going to have all the answers, but I do know how to ask the right questions. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, on the heels of those comments, we know, we think we know, or we think we know, but FP&L is anticipating building 2 new nuclear units at the Turkey Point site. That build out is many years, 10 years, 8 years. I don't know. Turn on, turn off. That's assuming that both units, 3 and 4, whatever their numbers are, stay up to capacity. Their old units, are they going to be recommissioned or decommissioned? That's why my question is, and I think maybe the question up here is, to spend $40 million, $50 million, $60 million, could we do it ourselves? We're spending that money. We're in essence spending that money tonight. I know we need power, but being able to generate your own and be self-sufficient has kind of been Homestead's model for a very long time. And as we go forward, if we handcuff ourselves, just want to make sure we don't handcuff ourselves so that we can't make a decision, if need be, to purchase machines. And I know that's a huge question. It's what, $1 million a megawatt, right? Is really what it costs. So we're how short? 40 megs, 50 megs. So we're still talking the same numbers. We're still talking $40 to $50 million. The question is, do we buy our own? How many years does it take? So you see the dilemma that we're all under.
There's only one important distinction, and I think we all agree we need a 5-year, I think. And so it's a function of whether we should go 5 years or 10 years.
Right.
And we're not really committed to one position or another. But in terms of the comparison, it's $1 million a megawatt to buy the equipment. Operational costs is significant. So it's not really 50 million versus, it's not, that comparison is a little different. So as you look at the numbers under the old rates, buying the equipment seemed to be, on paper at least, the better choice. But as you factor in the new numbers, that's what we want to see, and we suspect that the numbers won't be as clear at that point. And then it's more a philosophical decision, which you should really have the philosophical discussion of self-sufficiency and what that's worth to you. But in terms of, if we don't do this, we'll be able to buy $50 million worth of machines. That's just only a half of the equation. The other half is the operational cost.
All I'm asking for my edification is that we are not going to do something that boxes us into a corner, that limits our ability to make a decision 2 years from now, 3 years from now, to do something with regards to maybe purchasing. And I'm not saying that we should, or I'm less qualified than anybody in the room to be arguing. I don't want to be boxed in, and I just making sure that we're not boxed in. Vice Mayor? Thank you, Mayor. And that kind of reinforces why I'd like to see the analysis, the study, because I think that there's valid arguments on either side, and I don't know enough now to make those decisions. And so that's why it'd be critical to actually see that laid out for me to make decisions. But I know you'd mentioned that the FP&L representative is here, so I wouldn't mind having them at least indicate their weigh in or on the record state what they feel as far as the option contract goes, just so they've said it directly versus coming from staff. Sir, let me get the FP&L representative, and I'll get right back to you there. Thank you, this gentleman.
Hi, my name is Tim Garish. I'm Director of Origination with Florida Power Light.
I guess my question would be on our option contracts. One of the proposals, or what I think would be good for our council to see, was if you guys would do a 5-year contract with an option to go with a full 10. And so that way it's kind of the best of both worlds for both of us, versus saying this, I guess what you'd told staff earlier, which you'd be okay with that. FPL would be okay with that, but you guys would want to renegotiate the rates at that time.
Right, that's really a one-sided option for the city. It's the best of both worlds for you. If you decide that our price is too high in 2021 and decide to go somewhere else, I'm planning just like you are for the system, generation system, and whose load I'm serving, just like you plan for the system. If you tell me you no longer want the 27 megawatts in 2021 because you got a better price, that's a one-sided option for you. I'm willing to give you the flexibility to do a 5-year, 6-year, 7-year, and 8-year, whatever term that you want to do in there. But I need to know what load I'm serving, how much generation I have. And so that's why we said we would renegotiate the extension, but we would do it at the market price at that time.
Okay. And even again, I'm not opposed to that either. I mean, I'd prefer it to be, the way, 5 with the option for 5 for the city, but at least that way all the other terms are locked down, assuming those terms are favorable to the city. And then we're just talking about price. And if the price is good, lower or higher, then we can make decisions accordingly. So, I mean, I personally would still prefer to do a 5 with even maybe an option for that, with all the other terms locked in except for the pricing. So.
And right now, we have that option. If there was a position to go with the 5-year, and then 5 years from now, you went back to FP&L and said, we want to extend this, you can extend that, but it's going to be at a different rate. So is that correct, sir?
That's correct. That would be the rate that we provide. That would be market-based, competitive rate.
Okay. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you. If we get this study, and assuming that it's favorable and we can find a way to finance, what's the soonest that any of that power generating capabilities would be there for us to use as a city?
It would take us a minimum of 2 years to go through permitting and construction, a minimum of 2 years.
So it'd probably be closer to 3 years before we would see our first megawatt come off of our equipment.
Correct.
And that's if we were to start today. So we're probably looking at a 4 to 5 year plan anyway. Okay, thank you.
Assuming we have the money.
Well, and that's a big, right.
But we're committing the money here anyway. But it's a pass through because we collect the rate from our customer and pay the rate to FP&L. So this is easier across the board. Did you have another question, sir?
I differ. My opinion differs a little bit from Mr. Shelley's, and seeing where we are, not knowing if we have the funds, not knowing where we are, I think the longer term is probably better for us if the contract is right. It's a much better power. The price is much better than what we're getting from Duke Energy right now, substantially better. Who knows where this world is headed in 7, 8 years? They're still in the permitting process. They may or may not get it out there. Who knows what the government's going to do with all that? And costs may come down, or they may double again. Who knows? So we're kind of rolling dice here.
Absolutely.
And to me, if we have an opportunity to buy at almost about a 40% savings, 37% savings of what we're paying today, and that's going to be good in 10 years. To me, that's a favorable deal for the city. So that's just my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay, so we got 2 questions. Obviously, we need a motion on either the 5-year. Look, this is a public comment section. If you'd like to ask any questions or put anything on the record, you're welcome to at this time. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, we forgot. Please come forward.
Mr. Mayor, Council, if I may, some statistical data that I would like to pass to the council.
Could we get your name and address for the record, please?
It's Willie Wamble, 1111 Adams Avenue. Mr. Mayor, is there a need to hurry this decision at this point in time?
That's what I've been led to believe. So staff, could you respond?
We need to have firm delivery into the city with the power that we're purchasing. This agreement will give us a firm delivery of power into the city. We do not currently have the agreement for firm power for all of the power that the city needs. So without this agreement, there is a small risk that we would not be able to receive the power that we need into the city. So that's why we would like to put some form of agreement in place so that we can meet the very high electrical demand that we see in August with all the heat.
So if this contract that you're speaking of now won't take place for another few years, is that, if I read that correctly? That's going to take place immediately?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The data that I gave you, it shows the different municipalities and how much they're paying per kilowatt hour. It shows the city of Quincy, Florida, which is in North Florida, 20 miles or so west of Tallahassee. It has the lowest municipal rate in the state of Florida. I would like for the city council and the mayor to study why it is that Homestead, their rate sort of lines right in the middle where Quincy is the lowest. Florida Power & Light is no longer the lowest rated in the state of Florida. It's Quincy for residential rates. So if there's still analysis that needs to be done, then before we go into making a decision on what we project the rates should be, then we should study all of the analysis. I don't see why we can't just table this matter and then make sure all of the studies have been completed prior to making a vote or making a decision. It is clearly evident that some of the councilmen are not in a position to, they're still rather wavy as to how to vote on this issue. If that is the case, then we should table the issue so that we get and collect all of the data. When speaking with residents, all they know, they're not fully aware of all of the verbiage that goes along with this. All they know is that their electric bill is too high. And they wanted to know why it is that one side of the city who has Homestead Electric is higher than the other side of the city who has FP&L. The citizens, as well as those businessmen who utilize Homestead utilities, are in essence paying a higher rate, and that rate could emanate into hiring more workers for their occupation. Those citizens who are in the older parts of Homestead, residents who have lived in their homes for 30, 40 years. In many cases, those are our elderly citizens. In many cases, they can ill afford to pay the higher rate. So I'm just asking that if there's still some analysis that needs to be done, table the matter. Let's possibly have a public meeting so that we can address all of these issues, so that we can make a rational decision that will affect us for our near and distant future. Thank you.
Mr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I agree and understand what Councilman Shelley is saying. We're on the fence on this. I'm on the fence because we have the experience and the understanding that we've been locked into long-term rates and it's hurt us in the past. So through experience, it's just going to, we don't want to do it again. And I can see, but at the same token, I see that you're excited about getting a 10-year lease contract. So obviously it's a great rate or a good rate. and heading in the right direction. So kudos to you and your staff for getting us here. But being here that we are right now, well, obviously, I don't feel comfortable. I was actually going to ask that question next, if this is a matter that could be tabled, at least for another council meeting. So some other questions that we might come up with. Is it going to hurt us? Is it something that FPO is willing to come to the table again at the next council meeting so we could get some more answers? There's other questions that have come up recently that I'd like to ask. So that's why I bring this up. So.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Mayor?
Hold on one second, Ms. Walt. Last year, you had to bring in temporary power at an extremely high cost to the city. So we're not in a situation, I don't think, where we can say yes or no to buying additional power. I think we're in a situation of saying, is it going to be a 5-year deal? Is it going to be a 10-year deal? So, the point is, we're going to be short on power regardless of this deal or not. So we have to do something. The question is, what is the length of the commitment? We can table this and you can bring in external generation, set it up temporarily and pay an exorbitant fee for that. And that goes right back to the ratepayer or comes right out of the bottom line. Or we can make some sort of a motion or movement on this, either shorter term or longer term. And that's the debate I think that we should be having. Ms. Waldman?
Yeah, Mayor, thanks a lot, and thanks for saying what you just said, because I was under the impression that this is an urgent matter. It's urgent. And if we don't address it, the amounts of money that we're going to spend to satisfy the need for power in the next few months is going to go right back to the taxpayer. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. And, tabling it to me is not an option. And Mr. Manager, am I correct in what I'm saying? And then I'll go on.
Electric utilities, Barbara, I think you need to address that flat out. You need this now, yes or no?
We need this now.
Okay. The 5-year you need now.
And it hasn't been mentioned.
Well,
I mean,
I just want to make sure we're clear, because the mayor said something that I agree with, which is from a staff's perspective, the 5 years to us is not what the discussion is about, because if that's what the discussion is about, we need to have more discussion. If this is a function of 5 years versus 10 years, it's a totally philosophical, it's a crapshoot, and nobody's right, nobody's wrong. But I don't think we can walk away from this table tonight saying, oh, let's study this issue and let's not do anything. That we need right now. And then the other thing I would say is, in all this, and I know people are concerned about the cost of their electric bill, and I don't think there's any place in the country where people don't say my electric bill is too high, my cable bill is too high, my taxes are too high. Those are all fair criticisms. The headline tonight is, with this vote, electric rates are going to go down. So I hope we're not burying the lead here, which is we're going from $78 to $42 in cost on this particular tier of power. That's a really good negotiation, and that's a really good result that I hope doesn't get lost in this discussion.
and Mr. Manager, that's exactly what I'm trying to say here. That we could go on and on all night and say, oh, it'd be better if we could have a study, and I certainly appreciate Vice Mayor's concern about wanting to see a study. However, I was under the impression, and thank you for just finally saying flat out, yes, this is an emergency. Now, we haven't talked about a lower number of years than 5 years. And I'd like to ask, just to throw it out there, is it a possibility if we bought 3 years instead of 5? What kind of difference would that be in rate?
I think that was that a question to the FPNL representative?
I think so, yeah.
Did you hear what she said, sir?
I understood the question correctly. She was asking if this could be a 3-year term instead of a 5-year term.
Yeah.
I think that's
correct.
what she said.
We would be interested in looking at a 3-year term. We're not locked into anything, any long-term or short-term. So we would consider a 3-year term as well.
Would you consider a 3-year term at the same price with the 2-year option to make it the 5 years?
I didn't understand your question.
My question is, would you consider a 3-year right now, 3-year with a 2-year option at the same price making it a total of the 5 years, which is what we would have had anyway if we voted tonight.
Well, again, it's the same kind of structure where all the optionality is on Homestead's side. Again, I'm planning to serve that load in the last 2 years of the option period. And that's,
Let me interrupt you.
okay.
I know that we're going to be a minimum of 5 years, but in order to satisfy the dais and to make people realize that we're trying to work to do the right thing, but we actually have an emergency that I don't think all the public understands. So I'm just asking you, it's still the same 5 years. I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to need that 5 years no matter what we do with our power plant. Would you consider doing that, a 3-year with a 2-year option?
I would have to think about it. I can't give you an answer tonight. You know, with most options, there's usually a premium associated with that. And so in that case, if you want the flexibility to check out prices in 3 years as to whether you want to continue, we might have an option premium for that option.
I understand options very well, and I know exactly what you're saying. However, I'm trying to help you here too tonight because, you know, I'd like to see a vote tonight, whether it's the 5 years, whether it's the 10 years. But and I'm not there to see people, but I just thought I would throw that out there. But thank you, Mr. Manager and Ms. Kionis, for just laying it out there. I mean, we can't walk a tippy-toe around this situation. We cannot, because the mayor's right. We're going to be paying extraordinary amounts of money that we don't have to if we make a decision tonight. I would really like it if we could get that 3-year with the 2-year, because it's going to be 5 years anyway across the board. There's no way we could do anything with our power plant and change anything in a minimum amount of time. I just don't think we should. And I don't think we should ignore our resident Jerry, who spoke earlier. I had an opportunity to have a nice chat with him, a few weeks ago. He's very knowledgeable. Mr. Manager, I would love it if you'd make an appointment to sit down and talk to him with our utilities department. I mean, I don't know his history, but I know that he's very knowledgeable, and maybe he could bring something as a citizen to the utilities company. But tonight we have a situation, and I am totally against tabling this. We have to make a decision, or somebody's going to have to be responsible for these high rates that are going to come back to the people if we don't make the decision now. Mayor, thank you.
Mr. Burgess?
Barbara, what is the consumption levels that you see in 5, 7, and 10 years? Even with this online, how much more power are we going to need? Has that been included in any of the studies that has been done?
Yes, Councilman Burgess. We're growing as a city, which is great news. And with that, our electrical demand is growing. And we have seen 2 to 3% growth year after year. I know we have a lot of houses in queue that are being built right now. In the next 5 years, currently we have a need for about 25 megawatts of power. And then on top of that, we have a need for 15 megawatts of reserve power, which we don't have at this point. In 5 years from now, we're going to have that same need of the 25 and the 15, but we're going to need an additional 42 to 45 megawatts of power in 5 years on top of what we currently need.
And that split between the way that you have them split, or is that 40 to 42 in addition? So we would need 65 plus whatever we
Correct.
put in reserve.
Yes, because we'll be terminating, the Duke contract ends in 2019. So we will lose 40 megawatts, or the opportunity to schedule 40 megawatts of power through Duke at that point in time.
And that's 4 years from now, so. Okay.
And that's a good thing.
Right. Yeah.
At 78.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Maldonado?
My question to Barbara, these other power needs that we're talking about now, they're going to come before us as well. How soon is that, so I heard one date now, 2019. Any sooner than that? So we're going to have other areas and we're going to have this discussion and obviously need the information that we're asking for. So this one's an emergency one that we need to have.
Yes, Councilman Maldonado. The study that's been referenced, as the city manager mentioned, we were waiting to get the market prices so that we could provide council with current information and lay it all out in a logical fashion for you. And that's on me and my department, and we will be meeting with the manager to have that discussion with him so that we can bring it forward to you all as quickly as possible.
Okay, so, was that Mr. Hall? Okay, tonight, we have to buy some power.
Yes, sir.
The question is going to be to the council, do they want to opt in for a longer period, which is a suggestion of the staff, or do they want to opt in for a shorter period? 5 years, which FP&L's agreed to both. At 5 years, we would have to renegotiate potentially at a higher rate. So let's wrap this up because we have to buy some power. We've got options. We've got great options. Thank you, FP&L, for coming forward and staff for doing a great job. I've made my concerns clear about the length of the term. I don't think there's any problem there, Vice Mayor. So somebody put a motion on the table for something. Let's go. Is there a motion for?
Can I say one more comment?
Yes, sir.
I think what staff's trying to say is there's lots of options to come back for power. She just talked about 40, Barbara talked about 40 megawatts in 2020, I think it was, and some other 25 megawatts before then. This total piece that we're talking about roughly over the whole term, if you look at the 10 years, averages 22 megawatts. And so on your 100 megawatt system, it's less than 25% of the system, and you have plenty of opportunities. So you really want to operate your power supply system like a portfolio where you wouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. So the shorter term that you go, you will be going back to market at the same time for more power, the 40 megawatts, potentially the 25 on a shorter term contract. I think staff from a portfolio perspective was saying, let's do a 10-year on a very small portion of our contract, lock those rates in because we are going back to market in 2020 and 2018. We'll have the opportunity if prices are lower to pick them up there. If they're higher, well, maybe we should have locked in other pieces of power at this time too. I would also say that power prices today are probably where Miami condo prices were in 2008 or 2009. In my opinion, we're at the bottom right here, and there's only going up from this point on.
Thank you. And let me just say, my concern again is not that this is a bad deal, not that we don't need the power. My concern is that we eliminate our ability to make a decision on generation, our own generation, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. If you can tell me that we're not going to be limited, I don't have a problem with it. I'm not a generations, but I'm concerned that we lock ourselves into something that eliminates our ability to have flexibility and options from the dais as to possibly buying engines.
This will not limit that option, sir.
Okay.
We have, as Mr. Garish mentioned, there is a large need for power into the future, and we can meet it in a variety of ways. In 10 years from now, we'll probably be needing 110, 115 megawatts of power. The contract with FPL might maximize at about 30. There's plenty of room in there for whatever options council feels are the right ones.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, for me, it's more about the principle of it. It's the idea of wanting to study and being a little frustrated that here we are being put on a spot to have to make an emergency decision to buy power without that study in front of us to make that decision. And so it's an uncomfortable position to be in when, the concept of asking for this study has been on the table for almost 2 years now, or a year and a half now. And so for me, it's more about the principle of it than it is the actual weighing one or the other. So I agree that I think this is probably a good rate. It is a crapshoot on whether or not it's a good or a bad, longer or shorter. But for me, it was more the 5 years being the principle of having to make a decision without having the information that I feel that I need to make that decision on behalf of the constituents and to make it a good decision. So if I support the 10 years, if that's where this council goes, I want some sort of clarity on when this study is actually going to be completed. When are we going to be able to see it, analyze it, discuss it, so that going forward, I don't have to feel like I'm still waiting for information when I want to make these decisions. So that's something I definitely want to get tonight before I make this decision, is when will the study actually be released to us so that we can discuss it, debate it, and go over some of these issues that are being raised by our community.
We could have the information for you in September, if that would be acceptable.
For me, it's just, we've been asking for it, so I'd like to see it. And then that we have a basis then to make decisions going forward. And we may find that this is our best choice, and we may start purchasing power like crazy and say that, we should never generate another ounce if we don't have to. But at the same time, I don't know that. I need to see it. I need to make that decision so that I can so I'm okay with September, but I just want to make sure we stick to it, whatever you guys have told me.
Anything else? Mr. Maldonado?
Just reading off our notes here. This contract with FPL represents the first of 3 contracts. One of those 2 dates coming? Do you know?
We're hoping to have those to you for the August meeting.
So we have 2 more, another contract to come before us, 2 more to come before the information that we're going to get in September.
Yeah, but what I'm hearing tonight is, assuming we're on for September, and hopefully we can get that sooner, unless something changes, those next 2 contracts shouldn't be emergencies, therefore you could probably push it to the September meeting.
Yes,
So
we
that
could.
won't be a problem.
A win-win.
Okay, I'm gonna throw out the 5 years. I'm gonna make a motion for 5 years. Is there a second on the 5 years? Second. Okay. On the 5-year question, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado?
No.
Councilman Burgess? Councilwoman Fairclough?
No.
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Wow. Here we go. Yes.
Motion fails.
Motion carries. We're going to, wait, but it was 3-3.
Motion
It was
fails.
3-3, so that it dies for lack of a, okay, I'll make a motion for 10 years. Is there a second? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Waldman? Councilwoman Waldman?
It sounded like she just got cut off.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Motion carries. Okay, thank you, everyone. Very healthy debate. You got 10 years.
It's okay, we got them for 2 other ones. Or the other areas.
Tab 17.
Mayor, Career Force South Florida is requesting mayor and council authorize the city manager to approve. Actually, before I do that, Jerry, Councilwoman Waldman is calling. Could you see if you could get her back on the line for us, please? Career South Florida is requesting mayor and council authorize the city manager to approve waiver of usage fees in the amount of $1,100 for the use of classroom space at the FICO Williams Community Center from July 20th, 2015 through July 31st, 2015 for Career Source South Florida.
Questions from council, tab 17.
Yes. I have a question.
Ms. Fairclough?
Do we have the representatives here? A representative from Career Source?
Councilwoman Waldman, are you back online?
I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Go ahead, Ms.
Are we going to go ahead?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I was contacted, I believe last week, by representatives from Career Source South Florida wanting to partner with the city of Homestead to use our facility to facilitate the registration and training program for eligible students, 14 to 17-year-olds living in zip codes 33030, 33033, and 33034. And these zip codes were determined because they looked at the youth crime rates throughout the county, and these 3 zip codes were the 3 most southern zip codes that were impacted by that. I understand the registration has started this week at the FICO Williams Community Center. If you can just explain for the record, what are the next steps after you conclude with the registration process on Friday, then what happens after that?
Good afternoon, Marion Smith from Career Source, South Florida. The next step would be the eligibility intake process. And after that process, it will be the work readiness process, getting them ready and prepared for work.
Through the mayor, can you explain what the eligibility intake process is?
The eligibility intake process means that they have to bring the appropriate documents to certify that they meet the criteria between that with the zip codes and the qualifications for employment. This program is for employment for ages 14 to 17 for youth. And it is for 20 hours a week for the work readiness that they get paid, up to $8.50 an hour for a total of 120 hours for the entire program. The center, the community center, is being requested so that we can provide the work readiness program at the center prior to them starting employment.
Through the mayor, I have another question. Is this a lottery process for those students that come to register?
Yes, it is a lottery process within the zip codes, yes.
Okay. And this eligibility portion will commence on the 20th?
The eligibility process will commence on Monday, yes.
On Monday?
Yes.
So the registration ends on Friday. So beginning on the 20th, the students that registered, you will begin contacting them on Monday?
Yes. Part of the registration process, they're already being assigned a location for the eligibility process. And to answer your question, yes, we will be contacting them personally, advising them the documents that they have to bring.
Okay, and I'm asking these questions because apparently some students were over there today and their parents were asking, but I guess some staff that were on site couldn't really answer those questions. So that's why I'm asking them on the record so that if there's anyone watching, they can get those answers. But I thank you on behalf of Career Source South Florida for proffering $2 million toward this initiative, and Miami-Dade County for pumping in $1 million with a total of $3 million to help support this program and to ensure that our youth are gainfully employed for the summer. So please send Rick Beasley our best.
Will do. Thank you very much.
That's it, Ms. Ms. Ferkel, that's it? Okay. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, no, I think we've partnered with you guys in the past, correct? I remember going and taking a tour of the mobile unit and kind of learning all about what you guys do. So I'm supportive of it. I think you provide a great service for the community. So thank you for coming back.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm supportive also. I was just wondering, how many young adults will this help? What's your goal?
740.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. If you'd like to speak on this issue, you're welcome to come forward. Close the public hearing. Final comments from council. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Was there a second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Ms. Waldman, are you on the phone?
Mayor, yes, I am on the phone.
Ms. Waldman?
And right when the vote was being taken on the power, the phone went dead. So I really want my vote to count. I wanted to vote yes on that. So, and yes, I'm voting yes on this too as well.
It ended up being a 3-3 and you voted yes. We ended up with a 10-year term.
Right, but I didn't get to vote on the 10-year. So the phone just went dead right when roll call was starting to take place. So
Okay.
I would like my vote to count.
Yes.
Okay.
I would have voted yes.
Right,
So
the clerk has that.
it's unanimous across the board.
It's reflected in the record.
Okay. What's your vote on tab 18, waiver of fees?
The one with the.
I didn't read that one.
I'm sorry.
Tab 17, yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you got the roll call on that?
Yes, sir.
So now we're going to tab 18.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the purchase of 2 Altech AT40M bucket trucks for the City of Homestead Electric Utility Department, recognizing applicable exemption from engaging in competitive bidding pursuant to City Code Section 2-4 411.185 exemptions from competitive bidding, providing for an effective date.
Staff report.
Staff recommends the mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing city manager to purchase two 2016 AT40M bucket trucks to be used by electric utility. Total purchase price of the bucket trucks is $258,872. Capital Improvement Project CP 0557 and CP 0555.
Mr. Burgess?
Thank you. Just for the publics, can you tell them why we're doing a non-competitive bid there and how that works so that people don't think that we're, thank you.
Through the manager, Mr. Burgess, what the procurement department does, it goes out, it looks at other solicitations that has been done by other municipalities and the state. So since they've already gone through the process to save money, to save the taxpayer monies, we just piggyback off those agreements.
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is a public hearing. If you'd like to speak for or against this, you're welcome to come at this time. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 19.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, adopting and authorizing the submission of the fiscal year 2015-2016 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan, the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, for approval, establishing a budget for community redevelopment block grant funds, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Report from staff.
Mayor, staff recommends mayor and council approve the attached resolution adopting and authorizing the submission of the fiscal year 2015-16 CDBG action plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for approval.
Questions from council? I'll open up the public hearing at this time. Anyone would like to speak on this issue, you're welcome to. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Any comments? Is there a motion?
Move it.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Burgess? Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 20.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a guaranteed maximum price for the construction of the new police station, authorizing the city manager to prepare and execute a guaranteed maximum price amendment to the construction manager at risk contract with Monia Construction Management, Inc., providing for implementation and an effective date.
Mr. Manager?
Mayor, last we brought this item to you, we had 50% construction drawings. You approved a maximum amount with the understanding that we would be dealing with the drawings for the additional 50%. They'd be going out to bid with their subcontractors. We've done a lot of negotiation with MCM. It's been a lot of back and forth. We have agreement, and we have now this maximum price, which will put us at the point where we'll stay within our $18 million budget. And this is their amount, which unless there's some extraordinary circumstance, they can't go above. And so we won't be coming back to you for additional money on this. And assuming it's approved tonight, they'll have a very brief mobilization period, and then we'll be groundbreaking hopefully within a month or so.
Questions from council? This is a
Mayor?
Ms. Waldman?
Look, guys, I'm sorry. I don't know who's punched in first, so if I'm out of turn, I apologize. Truly, I do. But if I may?
You have the floor.
Thank you. I just want to say that I couldn't be happier. I mean, MCM has just done an amazing job with the City Hall. Their word is so honest and true, and I have no problem moving forward with this tonight. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Burgess?
Thank you. I had a question to the chief, if I may, through the manager and through the mayor. You're getting with the drawings and all the equipment that's been given, the police department is satisfied that they're given and getting all the tools that they need to do the job adequately in their new facility?
Yes, sir. We did a process with the city manager and all the architects and also MCM, and I think we've covered everything from bottom to top. And I think that we're satisfied with everything and we're ready to go.
Because as we get locked in this contract tonight, there's not going to be any fudge room. So I just want to make sure that you guys are satisfied and that we're giving you all the tools that you need to protect our citizens.
Yeah, we went over this process so many times because the same thing that you're saying tonight, the manager had told us that so many times that he made sure that we was deeply involved in this, and not only just myself, but the entire police department, and everybody has some input on building the police station. And I think tonight, based on what we've done over the last probably several months, that everybody's satisfied, the manager's satisfied, the architect is satisfied, and I think we're ready to go. And if it's approved tonight, you know, I just want to say before the night end, we appreciate everything that you all have done for us. And in my 35 years, if this building is built, it is my first time in a new police station, and it's just exciting. And thanks again, I really appreciate it. But I think we're ready to go.
And Councilman, also, the reason this wasn't on last week's cow is because we wanted to make sure one last time with all the revisions in the plan, they looked at it one final time to make sure they were fine. And also the discussion we had about, we advertised a particular type of building to the public during the bond referendum. And so this is the building that we advertised. This is what the public was expecting. And we're very confident at this point that that's what you're going to get.
You know how I love change orders.
I understand.
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff and the manager for all their hard work. I know there's been a lot of back and forth between MCM and the staff, and staff's done a great job of making sure that we can stay within our budget and stay within our price range and still get a great product for our police department. And thank MCM for also working with staff and working with the city on meeting that number that we needed to have and also being able to provide a great product. So I look forward to you guys breaking ground on this project and continuing your good works and what you've done with our other facilities. So thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. You're welcome to come and speak at this time.
Oh,
Chief, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that we definitely want to thank the community for coming out and supporting us and believing in us. Because again, you know, even though we did all the hard work, but without them, this would have never happened. So again, you know, City of Homestead has came to the forefront, and they showed, I guess, their belief in us, and to go out and support a referendum to build a new police station, doing all the things that Homestead has gone through. It just showed that how much they really appreciate what we do as a city and the police department. And we just want to reciprocate by telling them, thank you all so much. And we really appreciate how you support us. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Well, we have the representatives from both our architect firm, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Munilla. Everybody said great things about you, and kudos. Thanks for being here. You're welcome to come forward and say anything you'd like to. Doesn't appear there's going to be any problems with passing this. But if you'd like to say anything, you're more than welcome to now. If you're happy sitting, that's fine too. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilwoman Woolman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Faircloth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Tab 21.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank Terry McKinley, who's here from our firm. It's the first time you're seeing Terry. Terry came to our firm from a large international construction company where he was in-house counsel and has been working with staff on these construction contracts to make sure the city's properly protected. So thanks, Terry.
Pleasure to have you. Tab 21.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the terms of a non-binding letter of intent between the city and Leisure and Recreative Concepts to develop, finance, construct, manage, and operate a tower attraction and parking garage, authorizing the city manager to execute the non-binding letter of intent, providing for an implementation and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, a couple of things. We have with us Michael Jenkins from Leisure and Recreation Concepts. What I'd like to do is have him brief you since the last time he was here. And then we'll have Weiss Sirota here, Gail Sirota will be here to kind of outline this letter of intent. A couple of things I know that have changed since the last time Michael was here with us, one of which is his group won more Tonys in their last show. Maybe he can tell us a little bit about that. And then also, this is in a Dallas magazine, big spread on him, the Walt Disney of Dallas. So those are the two things. Michael, please join us and update us on where we're at this point.
Concepts and president of DSM, which is our theater company. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilwomen, and Councilmen, and City Manager, it's been some time since we've started on this project. We wanted a high-quality family entertainment center, which we proposed and designed. With me tonight is our Senior Vice President of Research and Finance, Michelle West, sitting over here. I just wanted to give you a little update. Since the initial master plan and economic studies were done, our company has continued into the schematic designs necessary for financing and have been working diligently with 3 prospects, one that's significantly ahead of the others. This non-binding letter of intent is required by the New York investment community, has no negative effect on the city at all in any way. Just briefly about our company, from the theater company, we did win 4 Tonys on American in Paris, which is currently playing at the Palace Theater, New York. It's my 135th Broadway show to either produce and or invest in, and we've toured 497 productions to 67 cities throughout the U.S. Lark has just completed its 1,000th and 98th project, a large water park in Kuwait. We're in 48 countries, home based in Dallas with office in Tokyo, Japan. One of the things about Homestead that we really wanted to do was to create, as I mentioned earlier, a high quality family place, but also to attract tourism off of the highway to the Homestead central business area, Main Street complex, so that revenue and retail sales could be enhanced there in addition to the project. We looked at a number of iconic proposals and researched them, everything from giant Ferris wheels to unique rides, but came up with a tower, which is not a thrill ride, but an observation tower, 541 feet high. You'll be able to see downtown Miami. You'll be able to see the beginning of the Keys, and most important, the Everglades. At the base of this tower, which is a revolving, you think of it as a donut that revolves slowly up 521 of the 541 feet. At the base will be an Everglades museum, very interactive, educational, and participatory entertainment. The total project, including the parking garage, a motion picture theater in the parking garage, and significant retail and food and beverage on the ground level, minimum of 335 spaces up to 1,000 spaces, but currently budgeted at 335 parking spaces, which would, the total project will employ 369 permanent staff with another 220 plus or minus seasonal. So that's kind of a brief update, and I think Ms. Sirota here is going to give you an update on the non-binding agreement. Thank you for your encouragement on this project. It's taken a while. It's a very difficult thing to finance. This is why we need this non-binding letter, and we're moving ahead quite dramatically, and just had a report just today driving from Miami down to Homestead. Michelle did, from our lead financial consultant, that he's making significant progress. Thank you for your participation and your support. Ms. Rhoda.
Good evening. Oops. I don't know if any of you have looked at the items in your agenda. This is a somewhat complicated transaction to describe. I'm just going to outline the structure of the arrangement. The City of Homestead will contribute by a ground lease approximately 6 acres of land. It's 2 separate parcels, a 4.2 acre parcel and a 1.8 acre parcel. These parcels will be ground leased to an entity controlled by LARC, which we are calling, it's a special purpose entity. That entity will be, the ground lease will have a development agreement component to it. And under that agreement, this special purpose entity will be responsible for obtaining the financing, obtaining development approvals, and preparing to, and constructing the project. Under the ground lease will be for an initial term of 40 years with one option to renew for 35 years. And we will receive ground lease rent basically of, $1 a year. This special purpose entity will then lease back to the city the improvements that will be built. And these improvements will be leased under a master lease to the city. The rent payments under that lease will be equal to the financing costs, whatever the monthly principal and interest is. The city will then turn around and sublease the improvements to LARC, and LARC will be the operator of the facility, the manager responsible for leasing, operation, maintenance, repair, and so on, and will pay the city rent under the sublease equal to the amount of rent that the city is paying to the special purpose entity under the master lease. So essentially, the city is acting as a conduit. The city will have no obligation to pay rent other than to turn around and pay the rent that it receives from LARC as the operator of the project. And that was important because the city did not want to put its credit ratings at risk. If for some reason there was a shortfall, the city would not have the obligation to pay its rent under the master lease. Other protections include the fact that at the time of this transaction closes, the special purpose entity will put in escrow an amount of money sufficient to cover 1 year of the payments, so that there's, during the period of time, if there is a period where there's a shortfall, the payments to the lender can still be made, and the special purpose entity will be responsible for keeping that escrow at a sufficient level to cover 1 year of the payments. So that is, then with regard to the letter of intent is, of course, a non-binding letter of intent that lays out these terms. If the council approves the letter, the next step will be for the city to publish a section 163 notice, because the property or some of the property that is going to be used for this project is within the boundaries of the CRA, although my understanding is that it is not owned by the CRA. And so the letter of intent addresses the fact that the city first has to go through this process where we go out and solicit other proposals. We do have the right under the letter of intent to actually consider and negotiate with those proposers. Assuming that nothing is forthcoming or we're ready, or we want to continue with LARC, then once the city has confirmed that we finished our section 163 notice procedure, LARC will have 120 days to obtain a letter of intent from a proposed project lender, indicating their agreement to issue a loan commitment on specified terms and conditions. And at that point, then we would start drafting more formal documents.
Mayor, if I can add one thing to Gail's report. This is, because it's a non-binding, at any time you can say no. Also, as LARC is working their way through to find their financing, there's going to be a lot of back and forth in terms of terms, in terms of the amount of financing that this project will take. Also, what we've asked for from them is to consider not just the parking garage and the lot where the iconic attraction would be, but how might they be able to handle the rest of the site where the parking garage would be on. In addition, because we've never been sure whether they'll be able to get their financing, we, as you all know, the city staff has been progressing on a parallel path of parking garage, retail center, movie theater outreach. Michael has extensive relationships with the entertainment industry, so he's also courting movie theaters. And so at some point, we'll be able to hopefully come back and say either he's got the financing for the whole thing, including he can do a movie theater and street level retail and a larger garage, or he can do some of it, but maybe we'll contribute some other for more spaces that we need, some fill-in. We also have been negotiating with the property owner next to our property on Chrome to see if there's any way to incorporate and make the site a little better, but that's still going back and forth as well. So I don't want anybody to think at this point that what you're seeing on the screen is final, and also in terms of whether this is $1 or whether it's, if there's some other profit sharing involved, all that will come back to us once we have a more baked product. And right now we're like every other development project, whether you're a developer developing a shopping mall or you're us doing this, this is all normal in terms of until we know where the money is and who the retailers are, there's still a lot of work in progress. But them having this letter in their hand, having some manifestation of support by the community, the elected body, that's going to help them hopefully negotiate a deal. And that's pretty much what this is at this time.
Mr. Mayor, the only thing that I would add is it is a complicated structure. It's being suggested by the developer to help them in their financing. Ultimately, the structure is going to be dictated by the lender, and they may make some modifications to the structure, and that even though it's a lease, another lease, and then a lease back, all of that, the letter of intent makes it very clear that the city is not on the hook. The city's credit is not on the hook, and that the city will not be on the hook for any payments for the financing. And that certainly will be very clear in the final documents.
Vice Mayor?
Actually, the city attorney just answered my question. I wanted to cut through all the complicated stuff and and just say strictly that as far as you're concerned, there is no obligation to the city as far as cost, as far as expenses. This is going to be a privately developed, privately built, privately funded project.
The city's contribution to the project is the land.
Yes, correct.
And that's going to be leased to them on a long 40 and then 35-year lease. So that's the city's contribution to the project, assuming it goes ahead.
Perfect. Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because I get the most questions about that particular issue.
Right.
You know, what is the city having to pay? How much is this going to cost us? So I just wanted to make sure it's clear for the public that there is no obligation, that this is a privately funded project.
Yes, although there is one variable here, and that is we as a staff are moving forward as if we're assuming they don't get their financing, this thing never gets done, and what are we going to do with the site, with the police station, and our need for parking? And so we're continuing to develop on that side. At some point, assuming the paths cross, if they can do some of this, but not all of this, they'll come back to us and say, for the iconic attraction and all the ancillary retail, we need X number of spaces. And then we'll come to you and say, maybe that's enough for everything, or maybe we'll need to do some of the parking additional.
But that deals with the parking garage retail center. As far as the tower, the iconic attraction, that is not us. That's private entity other than
That's
we're
all their
working with them to help
responsibility.
facilitate. So I just want to make sure that was clear.
Yes.
And I'm 100% on board there. But yeah, I think this is a great project. I think the iconic attraction, really ties together all that we're doing with the revitalization of the downtown. I think this is kind of the key to the success, or at least the immediate success of our revitalization efforts. I think without this particular project, it could take a little bit longer for us to reap the fruits of our labors. I think this, upon its construction and building, I think will expedite that very quickly and make our downtown exactly what we all envision our downtown to be. So I'm supportive of it. I hope this works out well, and the sooner, the faster you can get this constructed, the better.
And I agree. When we've done some, the Miami-Dade County had done some planning with Commissioner Moss and Commissioner Cava. And when they heard the opportunity that we're talking about with this iconic attraction, it just so molded into what the county's trying to do. And they're trying to do that at the Miami Wilds with the Metro Zoo or Miami Zoo. And so we're positioned in the perfect place to really get that tourism component brought up to a level where, like the Vice Mayor said, ties into those national parks, which has been it's a huge diamond for us to have on both sides of our community. So I think it's spot on. Bring us back a deal if you can. And Mr. Attorney, we would not be paying any property taxes on that, would we? This is a public hearing. You can come forward and speak on behalf of this or against this if you'd like at this time.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Wallman.
I'm sorry. I keep feeling like I'm interrupting, but
I can't, you have to tell me you need the floor. I can't, I don't have any other way.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say I am so excited. I can't wait. You guys are the real deals, and if it can happen, you can make it happen. So I just wanted them to know and the manager to know that I'm 100% behind the project. I can't wait for you to get started. So thank you.
Thank you. I close the public hearing. Is there a motion? You want something?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mayor. I was just going to say something.
Mr. Maldonado.
Just want some comments. It's nice to see what I'm looking at here and the idea that we have, and then going back when we first came on council, and our visioning session we had with the manager and staff, and we talked about the big ball of yarn. Is it the biggest ball of yarn that we have? And so some way to bring those tourists that are heading to all these national parks and to the Keys over to this area. How do we get them off the expressway? And Councilman Shelley has also led a great effort in regards to with the Everglades National Parks and tying those together. So it's good to see that what we've worked on since we came on board, what we spoke about, we're starting to see the fruition of that. And so just making a comment, I'm very excited about seeing this here. And I know that this is going to make a huge difference to a downtown area. And Mr. Manager, thank you for the note that you mentioned the other day we spoke as. On the City Hall side, we'll get to see this, and you'll be on the other side. So I'm sorry. We're going to stay on this side. So with that, again, just and thank you for answering I had one question. It was, the question is, at what point do we start having the discussion, whether there's profit sharing, what are the negotiations, and so that's going to be one of the main questions or our concerns. And so, but that's going to come down the line. And so we just want the community to know and understand that we'll have that chance. Thank you.
You got the motion and second, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Burgess? Yes. Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Porter?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Before we go on, I just want to recognize someone in the audience. Warren Clemens is from Dade Correctional, and I know that they allow us to use the inmates come in and do a lot of work for Parks. Dennis, you guys use the inmate crews from Dade Correctional?
Yes, we do, sir. 5 crews.
And I want to say, Warren, thank you. I mean, I don't know how we could do what we do without what your inmates do for us on a day-to-day basis. It's phenomenal, the leverage that we get. So publicly, I want to say thank you. They do a great job for us, and we couldn't get it done without you. So thanks, sir. Anything from the city manager?
Yes, Mayor. I normally don't like to do this because some things, when you dignify them with a response, it just fuels more nonsense. But I think in light of the serious nature of this topic, I'd like to just point a few things out. I'm holding in my hand some tabloids. This one, excuse me, is from the Globe, and this one here I have on my iPad from the Weekly World News, and the headline is, a doctor has discovered the body of a tiny 6-inch alien in Chile. And it's a picture of the alien right on the front page, and it goes on. It's got a couple of, other photos of aliens and how there's a full documentary coming. And here on this Globe here, it talks about it's official, the Royals are broke. And when we go to the supermarket and we see these things, we laugh. It's completely nonsensical. It's funny, and we know where it's coming from, and we don't pay it any mind. Unfortunately, some allegations last week about, I guess it was sensationalized as, human fetuses locked in a refrigerator at the police department, painting this house of horrors, this ghoulish type thing that's going on there. And why I don't think it's funny is because it involves cases involving minors and sexual abuse or sexual assault and DNA evidence associated with that. And so it's okay to laugh about the Globe or about the alien in the worldly news, but it's not okay to take something that's very serious and make a mockery out of it. And so, but again, I feel like on the one hand, to dignify this with even some airtime is not the right thing to do. On the other hand, because it's so serious, I feel it's important for us to address it head on here in public on live TV. And so what I asked this afternoon was for my assistant city manager, Kate McCaffrey, after being fully briefed by the police department about this fetus thing, I don't know what else to call it, is to go over there. Kate is a former police officer who was trained as a police officer, as a rape crisis counselor, and who has appeared on various calls when somebody calls and says, I've been raped, okay? And I asked Kate to go over there and look at this refrigerator that's all wrapped up and sealed with stickers on it, and what is it all? And so I think it's important to say first that, because once somebody paints in your head, there's babies locked in a refrigerator, it's very difficult then to get that out of people's minds. So what I asked Kate to do is go in there and open the refrigerator. And so with that, Kate, I just, if you could disclose your findings, and then Chief, feel free to discuss this afterwards. I know it's ridiculous to even discuss it, but I think in light of the seriousness of it, we should just hit it head on. So Kate?
Yes, there are 5 separate items of evidence, 3 of which are rape kits that are contained in small brown paper evidence bags, and 2 of which are plastic evidence bags that have small containers, maybe 1 to 2 inch jars, each of which contains what appears to be tissue samples. That's it.
And the reason they have these tissue samples, which by the way, is why this tissue samples and on other collected evidence in every police department in the country, is because they're required to hold it. And so you have in front of you pieces of paper that you've been given as public officials, and you're required to store them and keep them. They're public records. What they're dealing with is far more serious, and there's laws involved that require them to keep the evidence. And this discovery of the refrigerator, it's no discovery. We had a police station that was there that had all kinds of stuff in there, that we knew every item that was there, that we packed up and moved over to a new location. And that particular refrigerator, like other things, was taped, put evidence around so that in the transport, there's a chain of custody, so that nobody can complain that, oh, well, what happened from the time you moved it from one area to the other? And the reason you keep these evidence is, number one, the law requires it, and second, the reason the law requires it is because, well, you have allegations involving potential criminality, and so, number one, maybe somebody else could be involved, or some other crimes occur that directly trace to this evidence, or there's some other reason to have this evidence downstream, and that's why they hold it and they keep it. But just to be clear, there's no babies in a refrigerator. There's no ghoulish activity going on, and the police department, at least I think you should, Chief, have an opportunity to just explain, I guess, why this is something we should even talk about.
Well, thank you, Mr. Manager. Well, what we do as a police department, we follow the same policies and procedures that the county does. And when we go out and we get involved in these L&L cases, we have to follow the law. And the law states that if it's not involving a crime, it doesn't go to the medical examiner's office. It goes to Dade County crime scene. They take DNA from the sample that we get, the conception. It really called a product of conception, which is fetal tissue. We send it to the lab take DNA, and they forward it back to Homestead PD, whichever department that sent it to them, and it's stored away per the law. One law said it was you have to keep it for 100 years, and the county policy says you keep it for 75 years. Well, we do that because sometime, and people know we have cold cases, things happen, and you got the DNA, which is fine, but then a lot of times they want you to bring the evidence, the live evidence in the court, so we have to keep that. But for someone to try to ridicule our department based on what we do, it's really a shame. And the people throughout this community know how we operate as a police department. I would always say that we're one of the finest police departments, not only just in Dade County, probably in this country. We do everything ethical, with integrity, and we also do it with professionalism. That's what we're all about. So when someone tries to, again, ridicule our department about something we're not doing right, well, and if you want to find the facts out before you come and put out a story, you should go and don't talk to us. Talk to the medical examiner. Talk to the county crime scene. Talk to people outside of us, and they will give you the facts. My thing is that if you're going to say something, put something out out in this community, especially on the news blast, make sure you have the facts together, because we have nothing to hide. We never have nothing to hide. And I think we, a professional police department, we do whatever, we follow the law just like any other department, and we do exactly what we need to do to make sure that our citizens in and outside the city is protected. And again, like I said, we follow the law. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
One other thing I want to mention is, just in case there's any other questions about this, is I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If two minors engage in sexual intercourse, depending on the ages that they are, there's a tier of crimes associated depending on how old they are and what the circumstances are. And then hypothetically, if the teenage female gets pregnant and then the parents call the police and want the police to act on this alleged crime, and then the parents go ahead and they take the daughter to have an abortion, and then there is matter associated with the aspiration of that procedure, the police department are going to take samples and they are going to investigate, and that they are going to deal with this like they do every other case. And in many cases, they have to have the DNA and the fragments of the evidence stored just in case something comes up. So I just say, that's for me why this isn't funny. And it's not right for people to continue to say fetus. And I think we even got trapped the first day referring to this matter as fetuses. And so the idea, we keep saying fetuses, well, that's just not really the right thing to be saying. And in light of the serious nature of the cases involved here, I would just caution those who want to run down the aisle screaming fire to use a little more responsibility here.
Mr. Montaldo.
Thank you, Mayor. And maybe just a question. And my thought is, is there a procedure in place? The one question that came out to me is, how did this picture get out to someone else's hands? This is, I assume, an evidence property room, and I'm assuming, and that's why I'm asking the question. I'm not sure you could help me out here. I'm assuming that there should be some delicate matter in how we conduct ourselves within that property room, where I just can't see, our police officers going in there and saying, "Hey, this is cool. Let me take a picture of it, and then I have it on my camera, and then let me share it with someone, and then it kind of goes out." So I'm hoping, or maybe assuming, that there should be a procedure in light of what happens in the property room. And I'm not saying this because we need to cover ourselves or we need to hide. That's not my point. My point is that there should be some procedure and the seriousness of what's in that property room. It's evidence, from my understanding. So, the first question that came to mind is, how did this get out? I don't want to know how it got out right now. I think I'm always the type of person to learn from experience and not let something like this happen again. And I don't blame you at all, because I'm pretty sure you didn't take that picture and send it out. But I'd like for us not to have to deal with this in this manner. And so maybe we need to have some procedure in place, whether it's there or not. And, what's supposed to happen when someone does break the rules in this case. So,
well, not to cut you off, Councilman Maldonado, but we do have procedures in place. But when you're moving evidence from one place to another, especially when you're moving it across town, you never know what person or what individual will walk by that particular property and take a picture. And in this case, it was taken after it was at the new police station, and it was empty, and they took the shot, thinking they had something, but it was empty. It had been sealed up. No one looked inside and saw anything that I know of. But anybody could take a picture and send a picture off. But let me back up a little bit. I'm not a favorable chief in I should say in the county, and only because I don't take a blind eye and a deaf ear to corruption in this city. And as people know, I've dealt with a lot of police officers over the last 3 years that were doing things in this community that I didn't tolerate it. And I'm not going to tolerate it, not as a police chief. And I had to deal with them. So when you have to deal with someone that's corrupt, or deal with officers that do things that's not the proper thing to do, I addressed it. And when you address things like that, you don't become a favorable person when you're dealing with other police officers. But within the law in the state of Florida, that's my job. And I'm going to do that until I leave. And when you do that, a lot of people, they take exception to that, because a lot of police chiefs, have a problem with dealing with issues like that. I don't. That's my job. That's why I'm here. And I'm not going to have anyone in this community afraid to drive, walk, work in this community and be afraid of the police, and the police doing something irrational, or even dealing with being afraid they're going to be humiliated, beaten, or whatever. It's not going to happen, while I'm here. So, like I said, when you do things like that, and I've done that for the last 17 years I've been police chief, I'm not going to tolerate that kind of nonsense in this community. And when you do that, people do not like you. But I don't have a problem with it, because I'm going to continue doing my job until I walk out the door. So that's one of the reasons why some of these things are thrown out there, because I'm a stand-up chief. People got a problem with that. And when you do things like what I did, they want you to leave. They want you out of here. And I'm here to stay as long as you all want me, as long as the manager want me here to be here. And I'm continue doing what I'm supposed to do as the police chief. I don't headhunt, but I don't condone brutality in this community, and I won't condone it. So I just want to make let everybody understand why certain things are tossed out there.
And Mayor, I did want to also, again, this is the danger of raising issues that don't deserve the dignity of a response is, I promise you, there'll be 10 more of these. And so I guess those who throw these grenades over the fence want us to be talking about this stuff. So I don't intend to make this a habit. But again, because we're dealing with teenagers and, unwanted pregnancies and other potential sex crimes, I just didn't think it was a funny thing to be, running around in a bombastic fashion, charging all kinds of, making all kinds of accusations without somebody at least saying, please knock it off, because it's not right.
Well, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. That's it from me.
Well, Mr. Manager, I think it's appropriate that you respond because it was a very damning piece in the news that was misleading. So thank you and Chief for, putting the information out, and Kate for, doing the work to let us know that it's not as was reported, on the television. So thank you.
Excellent.
Anything else, Mr. Manager? Mr. Attorney?
Yes, Council, I had two items that I told you I'd report back to you on. The first one was I was asked to report to you on the status of the bowling alley transaction. So I'm just going to just read you sort of a summary of where we are. The contract was signed effective April 30th, 2015. The buyer delivered a deposit of $100,000, and we are holding it in escrow pursuant to the contract. The buyer provided us its title commitment and its title objection letter, and we have responded and addressed all of the title issues. On July 31st, 2015, the financing contingency period expires, by which date the buyer must have obtained a binding loan commitment for financing or purchase of the property. If buyer does not get financing, buyer may either waive its right to this financing contingency and proceed to purchase for cash or terminate the contract. That's July 31st. Also on July 31st, the inspection period expires. Pursuant to Section 9 of the contract, the buyer has applied for a dealership license under Chapter 320 Florida statutes, and the notice has been filed by the Florida Department of Motor Vehicles. There has been one protest filed by William Lehman to the dealership application. The buyer has 150 days or until October 1st, 2015 to obtain the license. Failing to obtain the license, either the buyer or the city has a right to terminate the contract. So that's the status of the bowling alley.
And when did the 150 days? When does it
October
start?
1st, 2015.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, the other item I wanted to get back to was on the issues that were raised at the last meeting regarding the petitions. I've met with each of you or offered, and Mr. Burgess was out of town, offered to meet with you and gone over in detail all of these issues. I consulted with the county attorney's office in accordance with your instructions, and while they don't give opinions to municipalities, I did get some information from them, which I've relayed to you. We also spoke with the state of Florida regarding the 3-language requirement, and they've confirmed that there is no requirement. So I'm going to be issuing a memo tomorrow, which will go through all of these questions in detail. Of course, I'm always available to discuss the issues with you if you have any other questions about it. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Reports from Mayor and Council, Mr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one item, and this is in regards, one of my committees is the Planning and Zoning Development. I'm the liaison for that committee, and I met with the city manager a few months ago in regards to, giving them time for them to get all this work that they got going with the building of everything that's happening here. So, and I think I want to thank the manager for having that meeting with me. And, my concern and my goal was to do the job that I've been assigned to do, but I gave time, to the manager and the staff, understanding all the work that they're going through and what they're doing. And so, with that, I had asked the city manager that, I'd want to start getting involved with development services and make sure that, that I'd want to do the job, and kudos to Judy Wallman, if she's on the phone or if not, and, you know, and I believe, I'm not sure if Councilman Burgess was involved in the utilities department, the customer service, and, you know, because she was involved and with the committee with Mr. Estrada and staff, they were able to streamline and make that department run efficiently and a lot better. And so kudos again to Ms. Wallman in regards to that. So I kind of want to do the same thing in regards to development services. I think that, you know, now that we're having this big push, we're growing again, it's really important for me to be a part of that. Having said that, I recently, going through my items in my office and came over the audit report that we had that was issued back in, I believe, 2013, 2014. I read over it and you know, liked what I saw. I think it was, there seemed to be some good recommendations there. And I guess my question would be to the manager. I know one of the language that was there, the auditors had spoken about or talked about or recommended to have a second audit report in regards to the planning and zoning. Have we considered that, or is that something that we should be doing? I know, again, that was recommended by them, and read the report, looks good. I think that and I'm assuming they're nailing everything that needs to be done there. And so I'm wondering if this audit report is going to help us get to where we need to get to. And they also spoke about bringing it before council and having a discussion on it. So just want a little bit of feedback and your position on this.
Sure. Well, first of all, the reason, you know, when the auditors were hired and we had asked you when they're determining their audit plan, would you help us by allowing us to have the first in the queue, the Development Services Department, because we knew what Joe was doing on the planning side to correct some of the issues, but we also knew we had issues on the building side of the department that we had serious concerns about. So we kind of knew something was wrong, but we wanted to get specifics and we didn't want to wait. So we asked you, can you please have it in the audit plan as the first audit? And then we asked the auditors, please dig in and really find out what's going on the building side, which is a private vendor. And we've had some discussion with them already, but the good news about the audit was, first, planning and zoning came out with flying colors, and I think there was one finding only is Joe's undercharging us. He's entitled to charge $190 an hour, 98, and he's charging $158, which resulted in a savings to the city. But other than that, their work is really, you can start to see the fruits of their labor. And of course, the heavy lifting they had to do on their side of the equation was, we had a dark period of time in this city where the former elected official here was abusing the system, and there was money flowing from projects that were supposed to be going through the planning department and looked at professionally without any kind of corruption involved, was actually, I'd say, moved into a direction of pay to play. And so you all charged us, and the reason I brought Joe Cordino involved down here, who has his own private company. He's got 150 employees, a company that does work all over the country, and has 7 offices with a broad array of professionals in all the disciplines in this field, to come down here without fear and push back on corruption. And I can tell you from personal experience, this was not an easy task. This was a daily beating between what happened with me and with Joe, just to follow your laws. And, you know, there's a big book in the office, you know, all the planning and all the zoning laws and the procedures we have. Their job is to enforce your laws. They don't make anything up. They don't decide the way they want it and just go ahead and do things. Well, what was happening before they got there was one elected official and one employee would decide, Matt, we don't need to go to the council to get approval for that. We'll just sign off as an administrative approval. And then next thing you know, you look out your window and there's a building popping up out of the ground. And so you all asked me here and said, we don't want that because that's not the way it's supposed to work. You're all the policymakers. You're to decide whether that building should pop out of the ground. And so I could give you example after example of what was happening during the time that Joe and his staff would have to push back on. Well, the result of that is they're spending a good portion of their time pushing back and dealing with grenades coming over the fence. But it's okay because thankfully we have a man of integrity in Joe who's willing to risk his reputation because it was regularly where this former elected official would go and attack him personally, try to embarrass him with other clients and with other elected officials. And so it's a miracle that he's still here. But all I can say is, thank you, Joe, for having the courage to do that. And I hope you'll continue to hang in there because I know it's tough. But anyway, going back to the audit, flying colors on the planning and zoning side, building side told us pretty much what we expected, which was there's some accountability issues. What we want to know as the government side of the house is when these vendors are out there roaming around from house to house inspecting, we want to know who's there. We want them to log in when they're there. We want them to tell us what they saw. We want them to come back and put all that into the computer system so that we know that they're following the laws, that nobody out there in the field is influencing them, and that also that the customer, which is the people who are getting the inspections, because even though we're the enforcement side, these are also taxpayers who want to renovate their kitchen or they want to build something, and they have a right to do that, but we want to make sure that they don't get two different inspectors. One tells them to do one thing and then the next thing. So we want that accountability and that transparency. And so what we've been doing in the meantime, once the audit came out, is number one, we've done an RFP to see what other vendors are out there. Number two, what we've had was an interim building official, because as you all know, Tom Lampert was here for many, many years. And we wanted a transitionary phase of this, which is keep things afloat as best as we can. And while we start really chipping into the findings of the audit. And then the final phase of that was finding a full-time replacement. We were very lucky to have Linda Blanco, who we hired as Deputy Director of Public Works, we discovered that she's a building official and she has a ton of experience in Coral Gables and in other cities dealing directly with these issues that we have, which is accountability, continuity of service. And so Linda has got a very ambitious plan to take this thing to the next level. And then the final piece of the audit, which we all knew and we've discussed with you, is you've got a very old, clunky computer system that is the reason why, in some cases, instead of charging $15, they charge $10, or if they charge $20 when they should have charged $15, and all the different areas don't tie in. So you pass a law and it says you should have a $15 fee for that. Their computer system doesn't necessarily tell them that. So we have done an RFP. We have a consultant that we're ready to bring back to you that will then go look at. This is not an off-the-shelf product, as you know, as an IT businessman, that this is not something you can buy off the shelf. So they're going to need an outside consultant to work with them through their systems and their processes. And then we're going to come back to you. We'd asked you for an $800,000 CIP item, which you had approved last year. So once we have the consultant on board, once they understand the systems, at some point we come back to you with a recommendation to buy a new system, which we think will solve a good portion of the fee issues in that audit. And then by that point, I think we'll be ready for the auditors come back and see, geez, how are we doing now that we have this? The one thing philosophically that I thought was very important and that you all supported was you've got two different types of auditing firms. The kind that engage in gotcha politics so that somebody can wave around an audit and hit people over the head until we can bayonet the survivors. Or we can have these professional auditors who work in many governments to help the staff improve our systems. And so their first year, they did nothing, at your direction, they did nothing but work with the staff to improve our systems. And then we all said, okay, now let's look in the drawers and find out where we're not meeting perfection and try to help them along to improve some of their systems. So I would say so far so good. I think is Linda here today? She left.
No, she had to leave.
I think you're going to see some big changes ahead of you. And I think once the computer is in place, then we'll see some major changes in terms of some of the fee calculations. And once again, I thank you all for supporting the concept of the auditors being here to help us make this a better organization. If these auditors are doing their job properly, every time they go and they look at a department, hopefully they're going to find some areas for improvement. Because if you have a full classroom of A+ students, my suspicion is that there's something, the system is not working properly. And so that being said, right.
Wait a second, sorry.
But that being
with
said,
one exception, we understand. And not to, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Manager, not to cut you off. And I agree with you. And my philosophy would be the same as yours in taking option 2 in the type of auditors that we hire. I kudos to them because I agree with you in the sense of how they did. I was impressed on what I read and the results that we got. Yes, there were a lot of deficiencies, but I think we knew that. We were very aware of the deficiencies and hence why we asked them to come in, and they did, I think, an excellent job. They did mention they'd like to do one right away. That's about 1.5 years down the line. I understand what you're saying in the sense of we want to fix some of these things before we bring them back. But I like when is one of the questions, and I'd like to see them come back soon. And the reason why is because sticking with the option 2, which is we want them to help us to perfect or to better our system, which we have in development services right now is key. Going to some of these economic forums that I've been involved in and a lot of the discussions that I go out and participate show that Homestead, and we all know that the Homestead is going to grow. We just purchased 10 years of power with the understanding that we're going to expect growth. And so, and I know that Joe Cordino and his crew and our staff have been working diligently to get us where we need to. And again, congratulations on that. I know you guys are doing a great job coming from where we were. But again, because if we're following the audit and the audit says that that we're asking for another audit to happen, I'd like to see that audit happen soon because there are ideas that we want to help you fix a lot of things that you have. And I know that you're already working on them, but I would like them to be in there. So
I'll give you, if I can interrupt, I'll just give you one example of why I certainly will advocate for waiting a little longer, although it's totally your decision, is the big questions we have. One is the computer side, which you can audit again, but it's going to still be the same problem is you got a bad computer system.
Right.
The other piece is you have a local company, a vendor that's there now, performing services that got really bad grades,
Yes.
okay? And so I have a list of other companies that have submitted proposals. I also have a new building official that has experience looking and fixing. And what I'd like to do is give her a little time to give us a fair assessment is this, do we want to change this vendor or can we work with this vendor and what our options are? But to go ahead now and look at the same vendor when we know we have the same issues, it seems to me the easiest thing for me to have done after seeing the report, because I knew we were going to have problems, was, okay, council, look how terrible this local company did. There's plenty of firms from Miami that want to come in and replace this group. What I thought we'd do first is the more evolutionary approach, and that might not work. And I might have to come back to you and say, let's replace the vendor. But so that would be my feeling, is a little more time for them to work out where we're headed with this. But again, I can't dictate to the auditors. All I can do is ask you and ask them for what, or at least let you know what we think our needs are, because ultimately our response, a lot of cities, the manager has internal auditors within his staff, and the internal auditors are dispatched to address concerns that management has just by knowledge of what's happening in the organization. And while we do have some say in terms of what we think. Ultimately, you decide what you want to look at. It's your right to look at anything you want. But if you're asking my opinion, I would say they have an audit plan. It's a 3-year plan that was approved by you. I would ask that you let them go on their merry way, because there was some logic in the chronology of the audits. You're going to see a couple more audits. They're kind of in the draft phase now. I guess it's on some of the construction projects that we've been doing. And we have parks. And so you're going to start seeing, there's a reason why I wanted auditors to look at some of the initial construction projects, is because if we're way off track, we've got millions of dollars queued up here on construction. We need to know before the stuff happens, not after. And so there is some logic in the chronology of their audit plan.
There were some policy issues that I think that they were talking about in there that I think is something that this council should look into, maybe consider in regards to some items that are there. I don't know if this council has read the audit report in detail and understand what's going on in there. If not, I would encourage you to read it and get some of the ideas and something that we should talk about. Not at this point. I'd want everyone to feel comfortable with the information they have at hand. And so I guess let me ask this question then, and I'm okay with time, because I trust how you work. I understand how you work, and I think we understand that you do a good job. But at the same time, what is that time frame that you're going to need in order to bring in an auditors again to have them review what's going on? Or just like a study that we're doing with the power utilities, when are we going to get something from your office that's going to give us an understanding what's happening, so that we could help relay this to our community that's always either frustrated with the process or what's going on, and so we have a lot of questions that we have to deal with. And so in order to be better prepared, I think this audit is one of the things that gives me the ammunition and the answers to a lot of these questions. And so my question to you would be, can you give us some type of time frame that you're going to need to work with what you have now that's moving in the right direction, but given a fair share of making sure that we're having this audit happen, which was requested by them? It could be, you could either see it as, well, they want more work, or they truly want to help this process, which that's the idea that I like. I like for auditors to help in this process. And I think, your philosophy and your theory of how it's moving forward is good, but at some point I'd like them to come in. And I guess my question is that if we'd want that to happen, we would give the direction for the audit, correct?
Right, you would discuss it in a group and say, we want to contact the auditors and tell them immediately go in and start auditing again, even though we haven't bought our computer systems, and because we haven't yet decided whether we're going to terminate the contract of MT Causley. That being said, that's totally your decision.
Well, yeah, and that's why I said let's I guess a time frame is going to help me as the liaison, so that I'd like to give some reporting back to my colleagues for that position. So with that, we'll leave it here, because I know everyone wants to get home, and we could go on and on about this. But thank you for your answers and your questions, and I look forward to working with you as we spoke about in the past. And so,
likewise.
Good job. Thank you, sir. Good. Oh wait, no, I'm just kidding.
You gave it up. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor. Dennis, we've gotten the trailers over there for the spay-neuter clinic from the county. Can you give us, everybody, a status update as to where we are and what their plan is, and when perhaps we may see some action?
Councilman Burgess, they moved in the trailer. They have a 120-day timeline. They're on number 24 right now. They just hired the company that built that trailer for them to remodel the whole trailer. I told them that I would want it painted the same color as the park paint that we use on our concession stands to keep it all uniformed. After that 120 days, after they get it all remodeled, then we'll be opening up. We already started meeting with them. We already, they were in their permitting, getting ready. They were at Durham right now for the sewer. And then we're going to probably put our sewer service and the water service in there starting next week. So we're waiting, I'm watching them, staying on top of them, so we meet this 120 days. Okay. But we did contact them to do the mobile unit. The problem was their generator went bad. So we contacted them saying, well, we can't wait.
They got it fixed.
Yeah, well, we're going to give them a generator. to
Well,
help
they
them
got
out.
the buses fixed also.
Okay, well, they met with us the other day to show us our generator, so we showed them. So we're trying to work with them to get this project done and getting ready.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Brea, any updates on the Turnpike entrance ramp that we've been waiting and hearing about that they'd moved up to, are there any updates on that or the mayor, anything from the MPO on that or?
There's really no difference from the last time we spoke about it. Basically, the item is on their not the long, their 5-year plan, basically.
Actually, it's quicker than that because they said they were going to design it and then.
Correct.
build it
And they're right now in the
18, I think.
design phase, and construction really shouldn't start. It's not scheduled to start till not this fiscal year coming up, but the next one. That's when they have basically a whole year to do the design and get that done. But what they try to do is tie that improvement to the expansion lanes so that everything ends up at the same time. In other words, the expansion lanes that they're adding to the turnpike will be finished roughly at the same time that the ramp is redone.
Okay, thank you. And then one last thing, and I spoke with you yesterday, and Chief, I spoke with with Captain Ken about this, and perhaps she can relay it to whomever over there. As you drive around town, it's very odd to me because you don't see it many other places, but there will be dumpsters sitting on a sidewalk out in front of a business or a dumpster over here blocking 3 or 4 parking spaces and a couple dumpsters here that make no sense and stuff. So I know that we need to get the code, but if we could get that and then perhaps we can go out and start working with these people because as I said, and George, you weren't here at the meeting, but I said, we're looking at the big grand picture, but we're missing a lot of small details. And little things like that make a big difference when somebody comes and drives around town. And then we're trying to sell this community to a lot of different people coming in here with a lot of money. And we're trying to sell it to our residents as we spend a lot of money as a city. And little things like that make a big difference. If you drive down at Mallory and Highway 1, there's a check cashing store and a Pizza Hut that have 4 dumpsters sitting back to back that looks like it's a landfill out there. And those are the type of things that we need to be starting on and educating the businesses, educating the workers here that take care of them, where they're to be returned, letting the business owner know that where they have them may not be acceptable. They're going to have to make other plans for where they go. Because we've got to clean this city up and make it presentable to these people that we're going to try to attract here with this iconic attraction, with the new city hall, with whatever it is that we try to do with them. All the plans that we have for downtown, possibly the old city hall site. We've got to start at some time. And I've been talking about it, but nobody seems to be taking any action. So, Chief, I don't know what to do over there. I know your people are stretched thin. I see Big Mike is over there now. Maybe that's the man to take it on.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we can make him the in charge of dumpster patrol or what, something.
But I hear you, and you're absolutely correct. We're gonna do the best we can because
I mean, it's got to be a coordinated effort, Julio. And unfortunately, your supervisor left. I was hoping he was going to stay, but he left. It's got to be a coordinated effort between those guys that are driving the dumpster truck and that entire staff over there, and code enforcement, letting them realize what needs to be done. But they need to mesh together as a team and figure this problem out. And it's not just code enforcement going out and citing people, because the drivers may be dumping them in the wrong places when they pick it up and back out and just, I'm out of here. So we've got to make sure that it's a coordinated effort. Sure. Everybody's on board and everybody's doing what they need to do. And then we need to go to the business owner if they don't have the proper place, or if they refuse to help us with it. Then we can go to them through code enforcement or whatever.
Okay, thank you. We'll definitely look into it.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Burgess.
That's it.
That's it. You said you forgot one thing, Mr. Long.
Just one thing. Thank you. Just piggybacking off of Councilman Burgess, he had mentioned when he was mentioning the turning lanes. Maybe a suggestion or idea, and I know I spoke to Mr. Maytan in regards to this at one time, but knowing about we're talking about traffic, and one of the issues that I kept running into during my transportation of my kids to school was that of a work crews smack in the middle of the roadway during rush hour. And so a suggestion, a recommendation, and I know I spoke to Dennis Maytan, but I know you have other other directors here as well that also have road crews, and to please start taking into consideration our work flow hour times or school flow hour times as we start moving towards, we're getting close to going back to school. There was one day that there was one person turning water faucets in the middle of 8th Street, and I got stuck behind him twice because, it was it was rush hour and everyone's trying to get their kids to school and this guy is turning pipes. And so I figured it doesn't have to be done now. And so thank you, Mr. Maytan, for taking care of that at that time. I've not seen him there anymore to later times, but my recommendation, hopefully, that you guys will take, Mr. Manager, is that during those rush hours, unless they need to be there, just kind of have them work elsewhere, just because we are coming back to school time. Thank you.
Ms. Wallman, are you there?
I've hung in there.
Any report from you tonight?
I'm going to make it really brief. I'm going to be honoring several people at the next meeting. I just wanted to say our 4th of July was amazing. We haven't had our wrap meeting yet, but we're thinking 21 to 25,000 people. I did speak to Matt Beecher, and he agrees. It was amazing. Everything went beautifully. It was truly a party in the USA, and I wanted to deliver that. And you'll hear more about it at the next meeting. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Fairclough.
Yes, just one thing, Mayor. To Julio, we have been communicating about the expansion of the trolley hours of operation. And you had indicated that we would launch that earlier start time the first week in August.
Yeah, actually, the middle of August is when we're going to.
I'm sorry?
The middle of August is when we're going to launch it. That's
The middle of August.
Yeah, middle of August. Yeah.
Do we
Second
have
week
a
of August.
date?
It'll be the Monday. I'll get you I don't have it right in front of me, but we already have a date. We already spoke with trolley operators and they're ready to go. So we're ready.
Okay, I asked because I think it's very important for us to communicate this information to the community so that they can prepare to begin to access these earlier start times. So
I'll
if you
send
can
you an
coordinate
email
with
with it.
Begonia so that we can get that information out there because we're a couple of weeks away.
Correct. We already
Okay.
spoke about that. Yeah.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick item, and that was I found out last Wednesday that the Homestead National Parks trolley is going to be honored by the National Park Service Director in Washington, D.C., Jonathan Jarvis. The City of Homestead has been chosen for the Directors Partnership Award for this year. There's only 8 other partners nationwide with our national parks, so this is quite a big honor for us to be receiving. It's going to be good press for us and good publicity. And the other good thing, too, is that in their press release from the National Park Service, the first line or two talked about the City of Homestead trolley. So we were the lead story of the press release for the announcement of these awards. So that's a big, big thing. That's for our partnership with Everglades and Biscayne National Park, the National Parks Conservation, and Homestead Main Street, and putting together the trolley program. So they will be scheduling an actual award presentation sometime in the near future. So, and that's all I have. Thank you. Yeah, they'll come here and actually award us with this award. So they're coordinating that now.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Manager, I wanted to give you a compliment, you and your staff. The real groundbreaking demolition was very well put together, and that instant gratification of we cut ribbons all the time or groundbreak all the time, as in the case with the City Hall, and 8 years later we finally start really building something. So that was interesting to see, and I know Mr. Burgess and Mr. Maldonado were in the machine trying to tear down that building, and both of them got some, and they didn't tear anything up. But does the union know they were in there operating those machines? There was a nice article in the Herald today, and thanks to the Herald for doing that. But staff did a great job. Everyone putting that together. It just shows, like we said at the ceremony, this is a bricks and mortar council. We'll tear them down or we'll put them up, either way, but we're going to do something. So action speaks louder than words, and we've done a great job as a group. Kudos to all you members up here. And Ms. Waldman on the phone, absolutely. But other than that, I really didn't, I just wanted to say thank you for that and following through on the promises we made to the public. When we started this, we went out and asked for their help. They gave us their help, and we followed through on everything that, that we said we were. So thank you to staff for making that happen. Other than that, is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second? All in favor? Thank you. Good night.